брат.
Те пуснах стрим.
Вижу какво облякал, брат, вижу какво слуша, бе.
Че мога го сърка. Така. Добре, пускаме едно смънче. Добре. Останалчета. Даниелка, Метак, Филип, Шадъл, Толга, Даниел Пенев, Димитър, Боби, Марти, Михаил, Даниел, Ники, какво са тамчета? Какво са ръката момчета? Гострим, какво се разнае? Че ако само да е модератора и било ще само. Така. Момчета, искам да разбиете лайк бутона в момента. Всеки, който на стрима иска лайк, момчета. Да разбия лайк бутона. Така. Става боги. И пишете момчета според вас, кой спечели FNCS с финалите. Те пускаме.
What would it mean for me winning the global championship? It would mean really a lot because
Я ще направя, ще.
Да, ми ще поведа шерна.
Протечам двамата.
The last time and we would win back to back, so it would be really nice to win.
Шернах. Така. Да лафиме, лава в дискорда ми картофе. Така. След 20 минути почва първата игра. Сега в момента тук гледам малко кои са тук, кои не са, някакви такива работи. Нощта и почваме след това и първата игра. Пръскай чак го това момчета. Така ми се да. Как е сърната сега? Аз съм гледал много квалификации с момчета, ама сега ще видим кои са тук, ако не са. Май много хора не са класирали с тия по-големи тима, примерно кликс не успяха в такива работи.
Той е някакъв събатрикс.
Той е някакъв нул, да. Брослав, здрасти. Оставам Мистер Савич. Той се класира. А кой ще не споря мен? Момчета да сега не знам. Трябва да видя кои са пак. Не, може да е Савич, може да е Сече. Не знам. Нинджа дали ще участва капа. Нинджа се хърка в момента най-вероятно от тях. Не, момчета не съм се класирал.
Монграл играе.
Аз побях нашия много моментарно на момчета. Кога почва след 20 минути? О, нас криш ме за 2 толя, брат. Добре съм, брат, ще потека. Кликс момчета не се класирал за гранд финале, че. Изглежда не си им байда, гайс. Момчета пишете кой ще спечели според вас. Дали ще игра? Не. О, ти отмери FNCS. Не трудно, не знам. Нали сме започваш, брат. Добре сме. Кажи картофчо. Боги по-хубаво не ги потисвате работи. Мартус. То Мартус не е тук, момчета. И да нямаш 18 пак му отиват парите. Пращате ги по банкова сметка, в принцип, или в PayPal.
Само да питат дали Ninja е тук. Също така.
Да кажем за Солка повече, какво кажа. Брат, ако бях там, ще ми много елементарно, брат. Не си направи.
They are more comfortable still when they don't get the chance to play height, right? Because people do, everyone tries to anti-strat against them on height because you expect them up there, but now they're even more comfortable if they don't get height.
Actually, yes, I love the fact that the points that you are making right there, and I want to give a shout out to Veno because I have never had more respect.
Как се от вас парите? Пишеш ги, братле, повече някакви работи ги пращат. Като това ще не говориш, бе.
He's just built different. That's Veno. That's Veno for you. It's the reason why he's confident. A lot of people don't like his confidence sometimes. Right? They think
почва с 18 мечта.
he backs it up in the server every single time.
That's right. Well, I know you all at home and
Сега представете почваме.
Иначе трябва да играем.
Не по дебет карта, бе. По PayPal, в принцип, или по банкова сметка. Ой, пето го Вено и Каме, май. Да, пишел съм $30.
But it's been talked about constantly ever since. Are you keen to close this chapter out today, Veno?
I mean, what's keen for us is
което е Каме, брат. Да, ми става, че там.
What do you think though when you see Kami and Seti on the high ground now? They were even going for it.
Брат, или Каме се чешат или тия Кузи и Вено. Спряме. Или мой мистер Савич и Вадел.
And what about you? Do you still feel like a high ground king? Or are you now the flexible kings?
I'm the high ground king, 100%.
And what happens if someone comes to your high ground today and tries to anti-strat you?
We're taking it off them.
I can't wait to see players try. I'm not going to try and put any duos off going for you today. Now, talk to me about your victory royale on day one. You set out your stall early, but you came second overall. Are you hiding things from us?
Брат, просто Даниел просто на баща им банкова сметка, там ги прачиме. Тогава. Защото някакъв съм аз бях на кина колко 16 или 15 бях, не знам.
Do you think that Major 3 and not making the grand finals was a bit of a wake-up call for the two of you? Do you think it's pushed you harder than ever before?
Maybe. Like that major was like definitely a rough time, but I think
Добре, здравствуй,
we learned from it and hopefully we can show it now.
And you know what? 6 victory royales in the grand finals of Major number 2. That's no joke. These boys, they're coming for you.
I mean, you talk about Veno being confident. Queasy's right there.
Още 15 му ще е почва.
Now, of course, they discussed this rivalry between
Давам да хранса как.
but what would kind of close that chapter for them?
I think that they don't believe.
Ако си късме, му ще скейтим нов на лампа, ме. Там са пускам време.
Throughout the year, genuinely, they don't believe there's a rivalry. They think that they are a level above Kami and Seti, and I think this truly is their chance to prove it.
Когато пращат имейл, брат.
Veno just said it earlier. He's trying to prove there's no rivalry. We're just better than those.
И там от имейла просто трябва да се попълниш някакви работи и тъй. Кажи код. Мощта, чупете лайк бутона. Искам да скъсите лайк бутона. Всеки от вие сте мощта в мета лайкне, да съберем 100 лайка. Ето ви кода ми за едно фана мапа, ме, което му се съка. Вчера циканаха около 30 човека на време на тези инсейн. Опет го буга момчета.
Winning online and winning at an actual LAN. Biggest one is just your nerves and being able to control them.
It's obviously different than winning something online because there's crowd, there's people cheering for you.
Just be comfortable at your seat, you know, like if it's not comfortable, find a way to make yourself comfortable.
You gotta be able to reset and compose yourself.
Давай, там я намерих спок.
Playing at like a lot of lanes now, and I think I'm like one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros,
Богдан така не няма.
To win.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Що не си там, брат? Защото ако бях там, ще е много лесно момчета. Корек да страва момчета, страват малко, не знаете. Колко точно трябва за клал. За Сол Къпс. Да знам, брат, зависи от седмицата, от сезона. Не знам колко момента е за квалифай. Зависи от формата. Дочка, здрасти, брат. Реал.
Реал Мадрид. Или дочката.
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always going to have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
I think everybody would want to win this event.
It would mean a lot to me to win this. Last like missing piece.
Според мен кой спечеля? Или Вено и Куизи, или Сети и Ками, или сега вече Вадял, не знам. Не мисля, че дори че му спечелят. И Буга има някакъв шанс, ама малко ма съмнява, брат. Надявам се Европа да спечели, някой от Европа. 13 минути остават му, 13 минути са пускаме. Първата ера.
Ще да му стилниш купата.
And a lower bracket, both with only 5 games each day. Now, gentlemen,
днеска ще играят 6 игри.
But on top of that, grand finals we're used to 2 days, 6 games each day. Here, we only have the 6.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and you know, we just heard Vico talk about it.
Играят топ 50 човека от турнир с 2 дена. Това са финалите, да. Днеска някой ще вземе купата мечта. Здрасти, врачето. Бога не стана храна, брат. То не здрасти, врачето. Ще е интересно, да. Чето му ще се права с кой ще спечеля. Elimination, да, 4 кила. Island, да, 15 точки. Тия тавърти. Да, 3 точки.
The past 2 days, we've just seen Rift Island casually set aside. But guys, these 15 points, they could make.
Малко прича на KSI, по-скоро зачукат KSI. Ма не прича на него. Ама много зачукат KSI, наистина. Бе, кои за Финали и FNCS, да.
Може да е той.
От тях ме разсърдачат. То няма да ще може да се мислете, има брат, то 15 точки е мега много. Ама и килите дават много. А ако се ето и 40 написано всяко е.
Кое?
Катира написа той.
Много всяко не.
Гавно че сте, брат. От аут акаунт.
Не съм аз имам 3 акаунта. Дето съм мембър.
Вонка ти сега кой си? Смисъл?
Чакай, аз от колко време имам мембър, бе.
Брат, имаш поне от 10 месеца, май. Имаш нов бач. Диамантен, брат.
Когато видях беше 6-7 месеца.
Напиши в чата, брат, напиши в чата. Никой няма кой за килове, да, ама като вземеш кил, много точки вземаш. Освен ако не си кинг, брат, той може кой за килове. Виж си го от бача, брат.
Да.
Здраве, брат. They got KSI now.
No disrespect to you, Canada, or maybe full disrespect to you, knows for Thomas nowadays. But I've played better players than you off spawn, right? And throughout the year, throughout the majors,
ако съм тук, къде ще ландвам? Аз кажеш, на едно място по средата на мапа, дето е в джунглата, ако са ми гледали видеята. Аз не го ландвам там, има един струп трък. В последното видео там се качам. Той е най-готов спота.
I don't know what there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ringer again here today against a top team that will be relentless.
Да, бе, много хора ще играят за Айланда, справя. Да, ще има инсейн файтове. Тото няма да го играеш за него. Но ще става 10 минути до игрите. И ще ми кой ще вземе купата му ща. Купата струва $2 милиона, между другото. А пак, които спечелят, получават $1 милион на първо място, които са. 6 игри ще са, момчета, 6 игри. Ами тук се играе по-стратегически, да. Да му е стигнеш до ендгейм. Няма да се файтя толкова, няма да се кива толкова много. Томас и Канада. Ето, Томас беше най-добрия снайпер.
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what
you're saying. Най-вероятно Кузи и Вено.
So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land.
Бартина, последната зона ще има 50 човека, да. Кой не се със снайпера? Томас HG. Добре, е сега как. Колко здрава се вращат? Колко струва? 2 милиона долара струва купата. Игрица 6.
I would say it's 3-2, but Canada is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out there, but yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Canada, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to racetrack today?
Да кажа прогнозата. Да, тук го видях в TikTok картоф. Тъй още го носкопа на 150 метра и след това снайпна още брат. Бах ти нормалника. Той класира ли са, картоф е? Май не е ли? Аз не искам да убия на финалите, брат. Да, няма такова нещо десна. Класира ли са? О, let's go, брат. Аз искам Кинг да се печели между от най-ново. Ама... най-вероятно няма да се печели, брат. Смисъл има по-добре. Ама много кефка играй. Кинг е инсейн, брат. Ако знаеш втора откъпа, бах си добрия.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Canada do their best today?
Благодаря се, класирал, да.
Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the desk.
Учим се закаме сега.
Canada treating it somewhat lackadaisically, right? Just saying, yeah, I've accepted defeat. I don't buy that, Canada. I feel like this is a misdirect.
I'd like to hope it is. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. Because he's been saying this for a while. Like, you asked him the week, I asked him the week like before the tournament, he was like...
Отбор бавя настроил даха по телевизията. По българската телевизия ли? По българската телевизия, what? Не се класирам, предположих, брат. Ей, трябва късмет, да.
And he thinks against Thomas HD is over, so that just goes to show how good Thomas really is.
That is crazy, and you know, I mean, this will prize money, right? Okay, let's just maybe we just take it slow. Nah, maybe we take it a little slow.
Трябва да късмет.
Gears here. Let's talk about.
Я да ми къса на мапа.
Going up against Pink.
I cannot wait to see what.
Аз бих ходил на Крик Компаунд, те са ка, сега видях.
We got to see on Friday during the upper bracket, and it's one that I'm not sure how differently it's gonna go, Vivid, because Acorn and Gold, even though they were up against Pink and Vico, they still did incredibly.
Yeah, and listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say Acorn and Cold, but they're contested, and you know, my competitive side is like, oh, that's such a disadvantage in a lot of these scenarios for the teams, but then Levin was like, well, I mean, upper bracket day, they won, and it was the same situation. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, they won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive those guys were, because coming into the competition, Pink and Vico, they had cooked up so many different strats to try and Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico are used to being contested in this area of the map throughout the year. Acorn and Cold, on the other hand, the mentality for Pink and Vico is to make it as uncomfortable for them as possible. They won't be used to it. Right? They won't be able to know how to adapt.
Ага. Ма той кое спечели FNCS? Мале бука класира за финале. Не съм сравнен между другото. Здържор. Може да не са. Са малко ще ми кои всички.
Cold is definitely one of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an elim?
Готово ки сега.
Yeah, easily. If you were gonna make like a player of the year award and you had to have a top 3 shortlist, Cold.
Отвързи декора фанал, добре, не смешринг. Защото не съм го ял сега. Ще 1,8 милиона. Да бе, това е от World Cup, го знам. Не беше втори на World Cup, бе. Втори беше Псалм. Даже и трети не беше. Беше така четвърти или пети беше Кинг. Ако стая руска. Мерзна тия 4,50, брат. Много се от руска. За кой съм, брат? За... Не знам, брат, ма много добре ще натика. Ще видя сега с кои се ще кажа, скоро ще ви кажа за кой съм учета. Искам ви да се шокуите тук сега.
Мистер Бист е хитнал 200 милиона.
Да, 200 милиона хитна Мистер Бист.
Който отнет на 5 лева, брат.
Руската.
Руската, с колелото. Между другото може да е той.
Не ме това е реал руската, бе. Тилата, това е от... наша руска. Не знам кога говоря, брат, Костар, няма тължа.
Не знаеш, не знаеш.
С колелото? Какво е в Костар, брат? Добре, с клас, добре.
Какво колело, бе, бот? Вижи как се нерви, брат, кара коя.
Ако имаш 1,8 милиона, какво ще купявам? Брат, ще направя него от видеята в YouTube, ще направя. Ще не си купувам.
Ще кара коя, Демек е най-малко на 18 и се нерви, брат. Пък да, аз дори не говоря за него. Смятай.
Моята напредиш като даскало на Fortnite, че съм мега слаб. Може да направя някакъв Fortnite курс. Да, ще направя Fortnite курс мечта.
Road to FNCS winner.
Брат, много се издърви, да. Ето е купата мечта. Още 2 минути стават. Съпускаме. Вари ще я гледаме с момчета. Просто няма видео, брат, днеска цялен занимавам с видео и с на Данчо видео, и с мой видео, и стрим пускам, няма много време, брат, даже при меня.
Listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly, I have to say the Duke 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. Or maybe the Savage the deal finish yesterday. I don't know. So many great moments going on.
Даже знам кой ще ползва думата бот, брат.
Well, speaking about what's going to happen today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and I'm going to ask you the difficult question. Who do you think is going to walk away in first place?
This is not difficult at all, guys. It's Queasy and Vino. They're going to take it, redeeming themselves from the Invitational, baby. It's going to happen.
All right, Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back?
Бъга в стрима. Не мисля, че бъга. Просто бях аут-таб много път.
Panda, thank you so much. Thank you to the audience as well. Let's head on back to the desk.
Happy anniversary, Pandas. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us on your anniversary.
Финалите са 6 игри, момчета. Първата игра започва след 1 минута и 30 секунди. Май няма търпе, момчета. Ви хайпнете си ли с нощта, хайпнете си. Вон като...
Айде да почваш съм горе, брат.
Като програма използваш за какво? За тъмниери. Тъмниери, че използвам Photoshop. Ма принцип повечето плащам на дизайнер да ми ги прави за почти тъмниери. Аз съм и дизайнер и такъв и монтажист и двете имам.
Ти имаш цял екип направо.
Имаме Авели, брат, Костара, Мичо, Османката, Лешника. Те за видеята. Цял екип се момчета, цял екип.
Бъдката тим. Вонката тим, чайка приказвам.
Ето е купата, момчета. Сега иззад плеерите. Матч, инсейн. Вижу ефекти са инсейн. Май, гледаш какво става. Сега гледаш, брат. Ти е год.
Да.
Пълна газрение, той е инсейн. Топа е.
50 дулта. Да. Окей.
Роска на Александър Спейц е инсейн. И са много oversized. Много ги виж в Инстаграм. Аз тях не купувам всичко, брат, много всяко. Ти мога да ти предложа. Други има и ни...
Ама за фитнеса аз не мисля, че стават.
Young LA са яки смисъл. На Александър, къде беше? На Алекс Юлбанк.
Те поставят, да.
Да, виж неговия профил в Инстаграм, той там го спонсорират поне 5 марки, брат. Има някой много год.
Как ти миш Алекс?
Ма да, Александър с 5 не може да вкнеса, ма са яки като oversized.
И са по-такива, баща.
Са по-заездани, да.
По-да срещу с мацки.
И кола. С коя програма идвам? Premiere Pro.
С Косара Pro.
2020.
Тук по се има сметница, брат.
Of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen. And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world. Copenhagen, are you ready to see history made?
Еми, Роска не знам, брат. 100 говоря му, що е инсейн хайп. Дали не спочна още.
Вади е в фрито. Ето съм чакал.
Сега е зад лошите. Тя не ги знам откъде са. Са те рандом са неща. Неща пръскай, че лайк бутона между другото. Купър е Миро. О, това Миро е инсейн, то беше с буга. Роска, там ще много елементарно е, брат. Тя да страдат малко. Аз само ще ги обера. Няма смисъл. Оп, Джани си резонката. Всички са в някакви отбори между другото. Нати Габзера. Да, тя са бразилци, то ясно. Бразил. О, Максим каза, да, си добре сме гледаме тук финалите, брат. Джайнс. Джайнс е възможно, ма не знам. Аз се надявам много за мистер Саж, брат. Пише ли не пише FNCS. Пак много е бил клоус. Батман буга. Няма питам.
Защото това всички са на 12 години.
Брат, защото аз така Батман буга.
Аз ще казвам Спайдермен Нинджа, брат.
Защо ще са на 10 като косара? Те са младаши, бе, брат. Не, даш ми наборе, само наборе. Ето е купата, брат. Год купа, by the way. Айде, още има.
That was just the first 10 duels we've seen compete here today.
Това са без само 20 човека.
Janice and Reason, a duo that you heard Copenhagen go absolutely well.
Добре се чува между от стрима на лошите, или да го увелича малко. Аз бих отшел от края на купата. Те няма тези шанс колко.
These guys are OGs. They've been here. They've been at the top. They've been to the mountaintop.
Тя купата е по-скъпа от награда, която печелиш на първо място.
They came so close in Major 1. Major 1 Grand Finals in the EU. They led the way after day 1 and it looked like a spot in Globals was there.
Канада участва, да.
But they didn't quite do it, and it took them all the way until last chance major to finally do
Защото пръскайте лайк бутона.
Wait late again. They're gonna come in early and try and do their thing as best as possible.
But that's what being a global champion is all about. Performing in the clutch. It is a tall task for them today. As we showed that
на първо място е $1 милион. Серия прайс по е 4 милиона. Така гледам YouTube.
That means there are 3 teams up there, and unfortunately for Janice and Reason, they are one of them.
That's right. That's just the first 10. I want to meet the next 10. So let's just jump right into it.
О, по-ще хора. Мале пикек са е год. О, птейсъм. Те са малко глупи между другото.
They have what it takes to perform at the highest levels, and now the trophy, it's so close. Give it up for Byla and Peterbot.
О, Peterbot.
Dominant players on NA with a
То
championship
са одобрение, да.
They're looking to perform that here once more. Let's welcome Chris and Noxy.
Брат, мисля, че Ело ще ги съсипе, брат. В смисъл, не е... Сега няма да направят нещо срещу Ю. Тай сега не знам колко си сега. Правилно зира минава, тай съм спрямо мен. Окей, пинк. И те са много добри. Броgo дефенсивен с дрип. Зара максимка. Окей, живея много загора, брат. Аз бях гледал някъде... Колко беше 1000 или нещо такова билета? Тикета. Отива гледам YouTube. 150 вилра, инсейн хора. О, бугай, трец!
Моят човек, Буга е мой възпитаник, не знам дали знаеш.
Какво има?
Викам, че Буга е мой възпитаник, аз съм го учавал.
Да, те.
Сега и в момента гледам да видя как се представи, да не ме изглежда.
Еса. О, памонара, добре съм, брат. Гледаме. Буга ще спечелим. Възможно е, обаче не знам, много добри, брат, не знам. Тук са най-добри, че аз не знам. Той Буга е направил 3-6 хил тирата. Буга. Ти ще кризнеш на. Брат, Буга не е само че уинал World Cup, че е спечелил поне 3 FNCS или 2 или 3 FNCS е печелил още.
And I personally, as a fan, just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again. It would be amazing.
I'm hoping.
Къде е Малибука? Давай, там. Малибука е там. Ей, сега ще го покажат сумо. Кама е там, да. Още 20 дут трябва да покажат. Той няма не е пикуел. Но ще пръскай човек бутона.
Ай, чу го еднаха, брат, ай, че един останал пък. Някой да гледам.
Ето имаше готкът.
Tiny boy. Гешак са и ти. Си го представям.
Какво направи лъже? Какво ще направи? Направи на това. Направи Can't See Me. Ох, стая му. Май, колко са настрани плинта?
Ами те са на 13, виж като си вери гледа надолу, брат.
Сега почва, сега почва.
Камерата.
Да. We got fix from Ohio.
Аз ако само ще си покажа газа на камерата.
Защото си ма Йонкеле и гащ. Малка, добре сме коста. Ники, здрасти. Иляна, здрасти, сега почва.
На мен ще ме бъгна очата или между някакъв пише. Ето пишат ме.
Дочкаш, другия път ще ви пръсна. Опа, айдроп. Айдроп съм го убил между другото на арена преди. Вижда кои сте. Не знам, брат, има много добри. За някой от Европа, брат. Който да е от Европа спечели. Вяло, здрасти. Не с наволя. О, Пастроки. Пастрок ме беше от Русия. Почти 200 била на инстейнсти, гайс. Ама инстейн.
Как преднах айде, моят човек!
Опа, е, тя мучта.
Другия ми ученик, ще готвят.
Вадявай Савич мучта. Те са инсейн.
Окей, то си идиот на чара, кайдете. Аз знаеш, кой ще направя съм от тях на място? Само как ще вземе те по стъбите, брат, ще грабна купата и се върна. Просто качвам самолета за България. И ще искам откуп.
Трябва да заметнат картофа, да.
Лате гаме.
И вчера уиннаха, да.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. There's so much experience, especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person appearances, and then Vidil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on
as
much as anybody else in the world of Fortnite. He will know.
Savage the gold.
He's been the one in crunch time this year that has really put
не знам, гайс. Но искал Savage да уни Вадил. Казал съм за тях, като ще кажа. Защото заслужават. В смисъл... Savage, брат, играят мега много време, още не е взел FNCS win. Те че го заслужава. Беше спечел само Dreamhack. Кликс участваше, обаче не се кластъра за финалите.
Let's hear it now for Alex and Worthy as the only OC team in the lobby tonight. This is their chance, and the pressure is on to take home the LAN title.
Please meet Trulex and Chicho. FNCX
are
plenty here. However, a LAN title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
Борецът BNFN. О, N-Star! Ей, той ми е от миналия отбор. Аз бях на този отбор преди N-Star. Insane.
Make some noise for Bobby and Larpex. First Asian team to make it to the grand finals, but they are not done yet. The trophy is within their grasp.
Pars in Baka, everyone, with a solid performance. performance in the upper bracket. These guys have to be ready now more than ever to take it on in the grand finals.
Не съм готов. 200 вилра, guys, insane. Един стар. И то много ти е стар е моят лад.
Loyal instincts are not to be messed with. Taking home a victory out in the upper bracket. They are now here to show if they can do it again. Pressure is on. Give it up for Queasy and Venom.
Insane. Queasy, вярно. Те имат много голям шанс да уйнат. Аз съм за буга.
Как се забуга?
Да, другата го дължа, ако страна много вличи там, да. Оф кам и сети. Крикни се ако срам, чета.
This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duel we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex, who OCE has.
Те мисля, че покажа Сик и сега почва Петрович.
I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get to see some of the smaller regions step up the way they did in the upper bracket finals.
Гледай в камериман, брат, на главата.
And personally, when you look at their playstyles, Alex, man, one of the most electrifying players there is in Fortnite. When he turns it on, when he decides he wants to get an LM, he's getting an LM.
Top 25
every
single game on day number.
Разкейч лайк бутоном, защото 200 лайка да направим. Всеки лайк конструктор.
Absolutely. Arena, make some noise. Let this last wave of players hear you. Let's meet them.
Аз собствените между 10.
Какво е това, брат? Това за единото, но...
Да, съм печелил турнир 200 вилра, гайс, insane, благодаря много. Да, печелил съм.
Уродка по трето място.
Уродка по на трето място, да. Мога да се станат бриянството на Fortnite, поздрав от мен. Така, брат, знаеш. Чупи лайк бутона. Оп, Moneymaker! Той на 10-та, брат.
Уше няма проблем, аз съм и чакат, трябва да смяка да се минем. Пада на техните години, знаеш къде бяха, бе? Бяха в класната стая, брат, в трети четвърти. Когато се как блей с другите, брат, на участията. Уше върви, Евен си, брат, играе да купа 4 милиона.
Да, еджи. Те са добре.
Това не е честно, брат, това не е честно, е. Просто наш Fortnite казаха 10.
Мога да ще е готов, но няма да. МК Бапа. Ама ли бука да се покава, защо ще покава само? Сенте е това. Даско. Оп, Канада! Канада уйна последния FNCS с Финали, да. Томас ежи мали бука! Ето ги мечта. Почвам, ще почва. Солетките.
You guys are in the same place as we are. We want to see games. We are so close, but man, this feels so good. There's so much electricity in the air. You saw them start first. Reet and Ritual out of NA. We've seen them perform well. What can they do here?
We've been talking a lot about how everybody has been placing in some of these games. Well, what about the eliminations? On day number 1, both of them, a part of this duo, finished in the top 10 for individual eliminations.
Я пора би имали мейка спра ме. Мало по-добре, брат.
Combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of
Има хора, които са добри момчета, обаче тук играят на място и е много по-трудно да се играе в принцип. Тъй, че тия са добри от тях, тук са не са толкова добри.
They need to stick to what was working with them. Be aggressive as possible when you can.
That's right, guys. I'm getting so close. So let's kick it on up to Jacob PR and MDF to keep this moving.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Let's keep this show on the road. I'm so excited here. It's game 1 in just a few moments. The expectations are through the roof.
That's right, and you already know it's going to be explosive. So as we start to gear up now, let us do it, because game 1 is ready.
Няма време, брат. Това сме, аз съм даскал, снимам, работя, но много глупости някак, някога. И стримам време време. Кажем така работи. Айде момчета, първата една почва. Хайп чата, хайп.
Yeah, we got a couple of off-spawn fights we've seen before. We got even more than that today for the first time.
Момчета, кай според аз кой ще би първата една, кой? Къде буга? Буга FNCS Food. Дай момчета, кой ще първа, който ще умре? Аре, аз съм да Савич. Томас и Марибука ще напайдят. Мале, че много интересно. ВСН. Мисля, че Канада тия ще ви бят обаче. Убиха Малибука. Те ги убиха, Инсейн. Канада се пен с пикекса. Малибука как ще умре в началото още е човек. Ръзна и също се калат. Сети как ще дай този скин, бе, брат. Шум свети този скин. Не бъл здрасти. По принцип май да, ама не се струва, на уродка можеш. Сети май взема кил. Айде река. Обукай надолу. Всеки има FNCS скирка, да. Тук му имаш код скаш, да. Какъв скин скаш, код скаш му имаш. Да, скина с тя, Боб. Файт има тук. То ги бием в двери, бе. Изрут.
He has a chance to bring him back, but in the minimap, you already see 2 hungry teams looking at that direction. That's third-party opportunities. One of them is going to be Reet. The other one is going to be Rituals. All over the map.
Да, тук имат правят акаунти, имат всички неща в играта. Даже нещата ги няма сигурно.
Ти ли, бе?
Да.
Има ли такива акаунти?
Да, бе, на World Cup са на такива турнири играят с къстъм акаунти. На World Cup ти ще играеш някакъв скрин да ги нямаш в играта, брат.
Most explosive time. Let's go take a look at some eliminations here. P8Zin took on actually.
Да, аз искам някой поне от да спечеля.
The angles were so good and this is how they converted.
Може да ги би с новия тия марк. Какво прави точно дървото, бе, брат? А какво гледам, бе? Как точно умре тъй? Опа е дроп. О, 2-2. То сега ще го фармят за сърч. No way. Виж какво правят, брат.
Yeah, I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1, thanks to Zagu and Peppo Clip. It was mimicked in day 2, and this is why you know teams know that Surge is going to be a hard thing. They're med-misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit of an edge early on in this game. Even using the kinetic blocks, every single tool in their tool belt is coming out early.
Hey, listen, we know that.
Защо ухилват толкова много? Смисъл, нали, разбирам за демиджа на апарата, ма те не му правят демидж, ще само ухилват. Той дава някакъв демидж сърч, като само ухилват, без да го ударят. Те лично не го ударят.
Go very loud in the building. They like that strategy as well. And this is a fight I feel like we haven't talked too much about. Peterbot and Byla versus
Да, те от тази знаят триковете. О, буга!
In theory, it's so big you can split this drop. There is a ton of
loot. Тая физ изкрика най-год, имаш буга.
Maybe a little bit fewer than that, but that allows for both these teams to play the way that they want. One of them has already captured that vault. It's got to be Peterbot and Byla. So Buga and Threats, instead of contesting it, they're just trying to farm up. They're just trying to get their loadout set and ready so they can make their first rotation when the zone begins to pull.
Let's not forget Peterbot did used to play with Buga as well, you know, so there is some history there as they're going head to head, but Kaizen, Clement right now solid here, just trying to get their rotation down. Pack team right on their heels. Meanwhile, Teeny potentially up against Thoric out there in the lead. We get to jump on over to Sentin and
Moneymaker.
The youngins here, Fnyagen. Moneymaker's by himself.
Тимето му брал бач. Буга с кой беше стрец. Клик с нея, не се класира.
They're just trying to regain as much real estate as possible. All those pieces are theirs, and Moneymaker's doing what he can to bob and weave in and out of these covers, but his back is up against the wall. He's getting trapped little by little. The first elimination is going to be cleaned up, and they finally get the second. Moneymaker goes down. Polarized and
Moneymaker припадна.
Explosive, quick, easy.
Няма да е Moneymaker.
Well played.
Money making
there. They're going to be happy about that. Threats lingering everywhere though. How is this still happening?
Да, Буга взем 60. Оп мъс.
It's Muzz and Paper. This time onto the Brazilian duo.
Ще работаме, да.
A duo region champion from both OCE and NA teaming up with Paper. Paper's
доминират по някаква причина, да. Ама най-добре, че не го плеер да се още живете, че спок.
Още ползва, може да се 4, брат.
Просто има малко са брейндед, брат. Това доле е, да. О, по-ще се контролира, вижте го е.
Thoric and Bolts have a difficult task in front of them now that they have Misha and Teeny. And that's the first time we've actually seen them find early success. They were contested in those other brackets as we saw throughout the weekend.
Yeah, in upper bracket 1, they went ahead towards the north side of the map. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off, and then they went...
Имаш да има склад FNCS, след Кайро, ще инсейн. А, ти още го хилат, бе! Ти го хилат 30 минути, бе, брат! Бах ти на Вонс. Виждаш, те са разпалнат тия работи. Мале, no way, брат. Бах ти газетата, виж ли го правят. Той те стайка, бе. Питър Болт е вътре, да. Ап музика. Trulex.
On the other side of the Slappy Shores. Already gonna need a move here shortly, but Metal gotta cap out first.
Yeah, and this was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho versus Quanti and TK. Either Quanti and TK rotated out fast, or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho.
Квикс беше най-добре в ЕНЕ, пък не се класира за финалите. Виж хора, Квикс се класира за евента, нали, да цъка на ИРЛ. Обаче вчера беше на 27 място, трябваше на 25-то. Трябваха му 2 места за да се класира за днеска. Къде съм можа да стигна баш до финала, ама пак стигна до някъде. Ама не, Квикс не е най-добре, брат. Никога не е бил. Просто е бил най-добрите, ама не е най-добре.
Have been able to put together with their rosters and performances are amazing, and again, grand finals of course is what matters most. We'll see.
На Бога му е дул от трец. Дуе.
Да се радва, че не сме там.
Трябваха му 4 точки, да. Оп, Вадял. Савич умрял ли, бе? Вадял трябва да ги направим в 2. Как те, бе, брат? Заминаха Савич и Вадялката момчета.
Major qualifiers to major grand finals, Flixie and Gripey. You know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this is dangerous. They need to be able to come out on top in a lot of these exchanges, and you cannot overrate any of your opponents at any stage of this game.
Мартин всичко има осигурено там, само взимат клавиатура и мишка, примерно. И някакви други глупости имат, ама компютър там, монитор всичко имат.
То ако не сягам такова треничка, то ще е едно
да. Това на страха.
Luckily for them, they do have the men miss at the very minimum, so they can get themselves up to tip-top shape. Mixon and Baja are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they realize how hard it is for Surge. You can find bandages, you can find berries, you can find a leftover med kit, but it's that Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to find for free.
They're very behind on material, so we'll see if they can bounce back.
Брат, ме чекаме на 20 градуса ми горещо.
We saw arguably stealing away a moment of the weekend. The clutch from them, honestly solidifying their position, their placement here amongst the best. What are they going to be capable of here this weekend?
That clutch was just absolutely insane, and how
Комисия е по-добър. Кликс или Савич? Савич, брат.
Що ме не финси значи?
Щом Савич е тук кликс, не мисля обяс. Бъги, защо е бил баннат? Брат, аз не разбрах. Много тъпо, да. И тимейта му играеш вчера соло, не, първи ден играеш соло, брат. И не беше много зле, между другото. Беше горе долу клос май стъква стра. Не знам колко клос, ама... Бугъл Савич. Брат, Бугъл, май, не знам. Предискам да уидна Савич, обаче по статистика май Бугъл е по-добър. Не знам.
Stage here, and they already have an elimination, something to be extremely proud of.
Тейсън.
Gonna get dead center zone 3 right now.
Морал Буга. Правилно се монграл, брат. За тия въпроси не чета. Лудио радар.
Was the most difficult of the two brackets.
Yeah, and kind of shows how impressive it is because
и два дни игра соло, да. Прав прави, брат. Бъки на нашото дисплей панаха, ако станало. Като бе, знаеш какво стана с Бъки, бе? Баща или майка? Лудио радар. За кой си? Брат, някой от Европа, който е от Европа, някой да уйне, брат, семита. Има много добри, не знам. Който да уйне от Европа, ще радвам. Тия резонката Джани също са много добри.
Giannis picking up the steady hands augment there as well, just waiting to really decide what direction he's going to take his augments in.
Ако не ще направи 20, брат, Валя. Гледам про плеер. Не знам, брат, не знам. Много добре. Може би Кинг ми на мен, не знам. Не отбънчи ми Кинг с опцията. Кинг Буга, завиш ще са гуд. Ама да са пусна момчета. 15 точки са вземат Тайланд, който го вземе. Тук сега ще става направо ужас. Да, 15 точки.
От какво това е? Че някакви сайт квестове.
Да, това всички трудни те. Ама да се дава точки вече.
And that was a huge part of their success very early on. They were able to keep up the pace and eventually qualify here today. And they're looking to try
Говорим за изградят игрите, просто играят 6 игри, няма време.
Players that are going up towards Rift Island. So that might be a free 15 points and very valuable slurp juices.
Кон ли крава?
For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this, This island is worth 15 points.
Ще я правя интересно на стрим, за го махна аз. Оп, Меро, Вено, Хен. Insane. Ма май те посред ще го вземат.
This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now.
Oh, Storm Surge.
They have decided they want to fight for it, and they are a very dangerous team when it comes down to them making a decision and sticking to it. They'll commit.
Зехаван дали бе? Васка взяла на Insane.
There's two people going ahead and captured it. It goes much faster than if it's just a solo. So Cooper and Miro, they're ready for that extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they can get surged.
Zaku
in another fight against Rue and Mshari over on the other side, just battling for those pieces. Mshari just sitting high up on that mountain. He's not really worried about his teammate. He trusts him to play safe, and that's a massive amount of trust in a lobby just like this.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he didn't go down there to try to support. He says, "Hey man, you have this." Defense comes out of Rue, plays very well. Now they're about to surge as Mshari is finding tags here in the process. Meanwhile, Zagu Peppo, 475 damage above the surge. They are in an excellent position right now. They shouldn't have to move any much further.
Yep. In the feed, Kanata go down. I saw Mishi go down.
Ooh, here.
Yeah. And that's the battle that they were having. You see Agers is solo against Teeny over on the other side.
Тевиш. Атлантик Люше, брат. Те буквално се е написал Атлантик Лича, брат. Атлантис. Ако спомнячка беше това. Тука много се печах между трябва от зона.
One of those duos is Acorn and Cold. Agers here, of course, trying to extract revenge now as Kanata was taken out. He still finds himself very comfortable.
Огромен турбин ще е играта, ама 2200 нямаше как, брат. То тогава беше COVID.
Some extra heals, of course, remaining. It's going to be pretty tough to play this one out. Yes, they have two elims. We have to see how
Гей в TikTok. Let's get it. А хора бе фин някакъв TikToker, брат, защото не играе това пич. Канада е дет. Май е че го контролира, ако прави. Турнир няма заради това. Среден са на този турнир в момента. Не, няма освен това няма. Да му се фокусират на този турнир Epic Games. Ще пръскай човек бутона, между съм казал скоро, пръскай човек бутона и който не са бил, ще се абонирате за канала.
You know what? We haven't seen a zone like this. Hard west, full west, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to have the advantage and start off strong.
Дай да ставя направим. Покажи Фреда.
Sometimes all it takes is securing that.
Това почти турнирич. То с много и да ребутва, бе.
In the zone here, so Misho will potentially be picked up. Possibly will be able to situate and get back into this, but
Латорската не е капал, да, ще капа.
Very difficult thing to bounce back when you start off with nothing.
Yeah, and they're just outside of that Rift Island position where the majority of the lobby already is. So they're just going to have to figure out what they're going to do to rotate, because going straight in is going to cause for some dangerous situations for them to try to survive. So they need to be looking for some heals, so that way they can go the long way around, find some safety, and just simply get into the zone. But Pink and Vico here, you can see the split. We talked about a contested drop, but they actually choose to go their separate ways. They're 225 above the damage threshold, and they're looking safe for now. They're trying to figure out what their rotation is going to be. It is a pretty far rotation, but not too far from some of the other players here in this lobby. The first knock is going to get cleaned up. Steno's there by himself. But you can see they're not getting greedy. They're not just trying to...
Не, World Cup не е казан гаш има, защо ако ще има път.
Hey, let's just grab the surge. That is going to be enough, but they...
Oh, insane.
That was bold to try to make magic happen, but he goes out like a light.
That's crazy. He tried to time that.
Разумея спот. Средата мапа как се каже, не? Джунглата.
Има спот. Луната.
Луната е год, да.
Не ми луната ми има спот.
Добре, знае разхвърля, да.
and the landscape is changing right before our eyes.
Even Pink in the feed getting steno as well.
Изках си тука манчета, цялата.
Някакъв компаунд се каже спота.
That was 3 straight eliminations on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Threats being a solo though. I'm not really worried about Threats being a solo because he clutched up.
Май ви колко има 65 човека в тази зона. Мале каква ги. Буга е dead by the way. Та верно трябва да кучва. Май лаги на гъс. Виж колко лаги.
Не, те ще го направят да ни лаги на тях.
Капа.
Acorn is there to back him up.
QFS финали.
But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down, so he finds Cold and gets right on out.
I feel like that was perfect timing with Acorn
wow.
trying to plan an escape.
Weber.
And they just bulldoze their way right in. You can see why, barely being 118 above the damage threshold. At that stage of the game, they were probably below, so they needed to go ahead and pad that stat. Now they have Cammy and Seti in their lines of sights. They don't have to move far. They got the half and half zone. So for them, it's just a sit and wait scenario that allows them to be consistent. But there's so many.
От една година и 6 са мембъри, Vonster е пеши стана на година.
Съм право чува, брат.
Ей, тогава дето ще да ме кътваш на стрим.
А, да.
Аз сега това мембър.
There's not that much going on around you. They can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here. Let's jump on over to Seti and Cammy. 2 eliminations so far from the start. Nothing else since then, but we haven't saw problems this time around with the surge. So they are in a very, very sweet spot here right now. Also, just nestled so nicely here. And look, they can look down on players trying to come out the low ground.
Yeah, so many big names are already out of this lobby, and we haven't even been given placement points just yet. So there's still so much work to do. You can't get behind.
Да, раза малко атана, знаеш, гайс. Буга живее, не дете.
Някой ме изпил колата, брат.
Може са буша. Майте сега, нищо, брат. Имат само помпа МК.
И 200 ривери са материали.
Те са азиатците, брат.
Чайни бой. За Джастин Бибър кът, брат.
Криза.
Още написал не седа английски и вижда на български.
Да, бе. Insane. Обвино. Кои са то? Има от Европа. В Марто без смрат тя коста. Гал чам кажа да се знае, брат, лека. Опрайс. Бете вече са в зона. 50 човека в 8 зона, как е? Е, са мало, брат. Марто не за отърне, брат, къде ще е трудно.
Брат, вънка е точки мяза на Хриса.
Не можа би да. Зеленя?
Не, беше с тая сребърната тениска.
Да, ще чувам. О, камена хайрант.
Тя е те се облича, брат. Ако не умря ли да шарям.
Чуко? О, ай мамац.
Няма мац пак, няма.
Моят нова билд. То дали няма здрав.
То не знае какво да прави, виж му лицето.
Брат, това BNF от TikTok не играе, защото той се еба. За женската Баленсиага ли говориш, човек, посред?
Май да. Сигурно това е света.
Да, щом са. Да, мяза.
Да, тя Хрисите се облича. Да, с нощи беше да гледача.
Мяза, да.
That was an excellent time to update the standings, updating in real time right now. So from here on out, as teams fall, placement points will be recorded. It is really about surviving this moment of action to come right now. The surge is equally active. Big pickup for him.
Погледна, брат, още що е на една страна е тебе. Бато с толкова малко, че не знае къде съм на стола.
Окей, не сротец. Ма трябва да ще го остане аптам.
Той си има доста за тази зона.
Маля, откъде ужас.
Но той ще мога обаче още повече материал.
Оп, Сети жив. Дай, Сети!
То ска би още много материал, да знам.
Сети кам бият.
So all the battles being forced lower and lower down in the mud. Duke trying to fight with his back up against the wall by himself. Multiple duos beginning to surround and hound him. Top 17 though. All these points as a solo are massive for their run here in this competition.
This is a battle for ego undoubtedly. Duke looking to see what he can set up.
Nice.
Breaks everyone off by. And down comes Cammy. And then
много добре, много добре.
is the destruction here in the lobby by himself.
Уби Ками!
No
bad play.
Landing spot there, but Cooper hot on his heels here next door. They know he's here. Miro comes in. They're trying to hunt him out, but he's off to the races.
Okay. Няма мац. Рафли. Дай, спомни, дай.
It's only gonna take a single tag. He's under the ramp.
Ай, лека, найс. Ей, тук обаче е дет. Ja. Так, найс плей. Фих си 5 кила. Insane. Той няма мац повече. Един кил, ако взема му едно братеч. Зад него ли го биха, лад? Виж кой да е Сети, бе, брат!
Колко чеко става това?
8.
Да, 8. Тук кажи.
Последната зона. Окей, Сети.
Има ли някакво дул да е цяло, или всичко със солота?
Има дулта.
Сега ако ще педрото е голям.
Окей, Рид.
Няма,
Миро и... Виж ги лограмата урарите, брат. Мисля, ще ще бият.
По някакъв път е най-добре с лограм, по някакъв път най-добре с лограм.
2 дулта и 2 солота има.
Ако се посредатва си много наебано.
Добре, Сети на хай раунд. Искам да мина система, малко ще трудно май.
Добре, един имам, бра.
Купър! Меро въз Сети! Меро!
Добре, има мац.
Едно в едно,
да.
И двамата са от NA. Меро трябва ли, брат?
Тук има 4 билда. Повече
вече. Дърво, малко взема дървото. Който дърво е, брат?
Брат, да, вижу кои! 100 от дървото, брат, какво гледам?
Окей.
Добре. 50 постройки, 40.
Маля, как няма материал. Да, по това ще умрете, брат. Той е много върбилна.
Свинкс.
Пак, найс. Некве намери унага, брат.
Пандата, брат, е
да. Въобще так се унага, брат.
Пандата и мистер Сейдж от Алиекспрес.
Айде да свинкса.
That's going to be it from us, though, because I want to hear what they have to say about being the only team with 2 wins on the weekend.
You proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you proved you can get a victory royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
Full gold, да. Лутки, здрасти.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high
Само още 5 игри.
Да. Той няма продължи да знаеш споко.
Да.
But what are you thinking though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
То ме малко мяна, следваш малко това.
Да. Да, при малко ти кажах.
Аляк ще чуя. Не съм чул. Аляк ще чуя, ако съм направил, брат.
What was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his maths and he did the rest.
Now, going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Poyo!
Nice. Да, ще гледа Форд, сега гледам финалите му ще няма. Ако ме хапчиха, може би. Добре сме, да сме. Тъп чакай.
Are going to be chaos. I mean, that game was pretty much everything that we want to run. We saw the matchups happen towards that end game that we really wanted to see, but it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It requires you to go ahead and clutch up when it requires. And honestly, Sphinx right here, this shot on the Cooper, this was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's going to go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro down, and Sphinx was just had a bit more left in the tank. Even not actually. He just was playing around with the stairs, and it wins him the game.
Ясно.
Of course, again.
Трябва да стигне след лайк на тази страна.
Пушу 200 лайкам, че още лайквайте, лайквайте се правим 200.
It'd start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore, but Sphinx just said, no. I've been in Grands before. I've been in these types of situations. Back. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a second place for them. I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all, but look, Poyo and
Толкова сайт как говори, брат. 89 точки, Миро 84. Добре, Ио е топ тъжа сега, добре. Мой да го ним, брат. Няма във всички камена надежда, аз знаеш, ще в тях. Другите продават малко. Има време да се включим обаче, има време. Просто аз буга. Те са мид някъде, те са мид. Буга умря рано и тимейта му направи много.
Misdirect to try and fake them out, but Cammy and Seti were prepared. And in that end game,
Да, видях това що. Наха, битите са много тежки, брат. Глей. Брат, буквално, Куизи умря от Ками, Куизи уби, не, Ками уби Куизи с ракетата, умря от full damage, и после и той умря от ракета, от full damage. Много е трудно хая, брат.
And I think for them, like obviously said he's a little disappointed there and wanted to take it farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage, and ending third place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Veno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players in the lobby kind of act. We saw there in the Seti Cammy on the high ground, on the front side of zone. So all these duels are just looking for those windows, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in
these
duels here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that was going
ballistic.
He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clashes. Ooh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we wanted to see on the higher ground. Honestly, though, Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that. But Zeke, I was really impressed with Cooper and Miro. I feel like some of those IGL late-game calls were really good.
Yeah, super crispy stuff. And I mean, when you think about their performance just this weekend alone, I mean, this is starting to look real good, right? I still think there is quite a bit of first game jitters, right? Even coming from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different. Right now, you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single
game is
the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players can kind of hold on.
Добре, имаме Европа хора, ето са в топ 10, добре.
I mean, listen, it's all about, soaking it all in. You really
Втори
gotta
гейм
use
почва
the
сега.
crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that, but then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to hear the crowd more than anybody else throughout that game would have been Thomas HD and Malabuka, right? You know, they went down Osborne. That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canada and Ages, they went down. Not the way you want to start the competition, right? You want to get into the swing of things, especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things.
Устав креатив кланкват.
Go back into that Osborne fight the next time round.
Айцев играе, what?
Into it mentally, you don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies, right? We've been talking about the secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games, games, games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one, Monster, that was so exciting to really start off the day.
It was perfect.
Кой победи? Брат някакви рандомери.
Big names really showing up. We saw the rivalry for high ground. So already the early story starting to begin, but most importantly, 14 elims off
О, почва гейм 2.
for game number 2.
We're in it. We're here to win it all. A huge early game that was won by both Pollo and Sphinx, and they carried it all the way to the end. I said they were the first team to get 2 this weekend. Will they be the first team to go back-to-back and get their 3rd victory royale on the weekend? Only time will tell for that one. But the rematch, probably everybody here in the arena wants to see. Thomas, Malabuka, Kanada, Agers, let's get it.
Let's watch it. Sphinx is going to be able to watch it.
Брат, да наставиш въдалния продът пали, да. Ма, трудно ще фунат, брат, не съм отру. О, Малебука възкрада пак.
It's Malabuka gets tagged, so does Agers. So both sides already.
Uuuu!
Agers with a huge tag. Kanada's already.
А, лека, лека! Ио, on top!
That was a huge
Ай,
start
Хъркинг.
for Malabuka. Gets that havoc suppressed. And
Malabuka си го върна топът.
goes to work. And it was him. It was actually him who was getting tagged out of the sky. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Kanada and Agers. They weren't able to clean that one up. We saw the contested fight in the replay. The first game, Cammy and Seti pushed off the actual barn. So it is going to start as a little bit of a split drop here over towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows us that they were caught off guard game 1 for the 50-50. Here's TK. Here's
fight май. Саботович.
They are also contested down in this area by
Jason.
And you can see that they just barely got away with it. Actually, it was Chicho and Trulex as well. Remember, there's like about 3 teams here actually. Slappy Shores is just not big enough.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday, but for now, the actual south side of Slappy is going to go to TK and Quanti. They have access to that vault. It isn't the most massive vault with Mythics, but you still are able to get a ton of loot. And Misha and Tini doing it again. They switch up their drop spot once more.
Брат, йо, брат. Пак кемпят тия личници, брат, виж ги. Виж го той е. Брат, ако някой ме скипе, тия умреш го изперва, брат.
Те по-накрая гледат да играят, защото ги става да не мрат в началото.
Виж как излизат кемпят чисто, бе, брат. Не мога да се раза 200.
To know this is a strategy. Because like I said, in the bracket they were contesting Balkan cars, didn't work out for them. They switched up and started doing exactly.
Представяш ли що сега да ги снишни, брат, да кажа, че кемпят?
Айде да влязем често, е.
Айде да се пробва, брат. Гледайте с помпата, други се земджите, брат.
Бардай, те изобщо няма учага, ти ще насърят. Майче много фън ако стане, искам да стане. Айде че да види честа момчета. Ой, там май ще се хване, а? Ей, той може да се хване. Ей, стой!
No way.
Ай, лека, лека, лека.
No way да стана, no way да стана. Другия бяга, виж го, бе.
Брат, го гледал.
А толкова е мат, че наистина.
Естина. Те сега ще го честват цяла игра. 4 точки дай ни кил, брат. Съм пърши точки, бе, брат. Я така изърда.
Смятай. Контролер ли е то, бе?
Да, той е контролер. Ти много играе грама в буш, между другото.
Майко.
Май ще да ги си пеналтен това.
Дано, брат. Тя са на кринджа.
Не ста.
Окей.
Защо сплипва, бе, брат? Ста, бе, брат.
Окей, някакви други стрелят.
Оу. Ай, лека.
Лошо много, да. Има макс метално, 20 тухла и 30 дърво, брат.
Буга на волта. Тя са Иви, ако не знаеш. Живе Бога, да.
Как се казваш?
Ще им какво стане само що.
Already down south, some action going on right now. Acorn and Cold here looking very much solid as they're going against Polarized. Polarized by himself, getting pieced up, boxed up, now forced onto the back foot here. This is a favorite here.
Ooh, Cold на страха.
Get punished, but he's got his teammate here.
Теж сачуне.
Bait and switch. Acorn is trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Polarized keeps trying to break his way into the box, but he gets denied entry more than once. Now Acorn's simply going to try to hold the covers, peek through, try to figure out where Polarized is at.
малко ще му убият.
Time to heal up. Zip line. That one's going to be noticeable. Now Acorn has to make the decision. Do I just go straight up into him? Do I continue to out? And I saw
това е добър плей, найс. Много добре, много добре.
He goes right back up. Zip line once more.
Ей, взеха ми кила.
But it's not the team you thought. Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the worst feeling right there.
All
that work, all that damage, and 4 points slip away. Meanwhile,
защото ще може да те се рад спак ли, бе, брат?
The M8 boys are back at it again. Oh no, but they couldn't save
Striker
this time. So
пак тия същите жици, пак същия човек. Такова, брат.
Still potent.
They've been performing so well this weekend.
Ей, сега ще видите Бога.
10% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer from the crowd, and that's a little bit of a refresh.
Nice.
But with one elimination, they get their surge plan started.
But може.
Shattered slabs. There's at least one team towards the north side. But we got a surprise, we got a treat, we got a little bit of a listening of an off-spawn battle.
Wait, where are they?
Take guns on left, take guns on
left. Yeah, I got these guns.
Тук войсовите. Тук толка.
Right, that one. 6 right. Good job, mate. Good job.
Good job, mate.
Big set of eliminations right there. You can hear the comms.
О, прето ги мунарте. Синкс.
For a second there, they didn't know where they actually were.
Yeah.
That's how tough.
Бе, то Свинкс е някакъв добър, ще имаше 6 кила.
You know, bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you know, you're coming in from different angles.
Yeah. That's one thing is you can have the best drop, but when everyone's going for the same weapon, Malibuca's the one who won out, which forced Kanata and Aegis elsewhere. But our game one victors, Pollo and Sphinx, who probably got a front row seat for that battle. You saw them flying through the sky when that contestation was happening. They looted up, and I got to say their loot is looking pretty impressive. 8 slap splashes, 3 big pots, that's just on Pollo alone. They got a free rotation to where they want to go. You can see some shots coming in. A little bit of a warning shot at that. Cammy and Seti contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game 1. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side as somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge plan all together. But they're just trying to rotate to where they think it's going to go. To where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile, Noxie in a fight right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here. This is going to be a tough one to close out if they allow Asa to bounce back. It does seem like he's got a chance to do so.
Even though he is by himself, we've seen so many teams and players make magic happen. Noxie and Chris, they see him kind of run away. They got to question themselves, is it worth going ahead and pushing forward? You continue the game plan, which you set out up into this point. This zone for now has pulled over towards the western side with a little bit of a north lean. And that's why you see a lot of these teams hovering over towards Shattered Slabs. or in this vicinity altogether. And you can see, this is actually pretty unique. You see Kid's Boombo in his inventory. That's something I don't see very many people pick up, but if you have the accuracy, you can do a ton of damage on players nearby.
Definitely one of those things. The option has always been there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see it come into play. A lot of variety already starting to turn online. We'll see what he's capable of with that. Yamzo and Rise. Pretty strong game one. Had some late game appearances there. Another Western pull here. This time we're going a little bit more north. Up towards the Eclipse State. We'll see how this influences the majority of the lobby, but North teams are pretty happy right now.
And this is why you saw early in the game, Cammy said rotating in that direction. I had a feeling it was going to go on that side as Yamzo and Rise just sitting on top of the castle and the gas station, trying to pad up on Surge, and there's going to be a lot of
Ето ужаса в момента.
from the eastern portion of the map as the zone continues.
Тимейта му от Менчър се разсиба, така стане.
Cooper. They got that early game surge, but it isn't going to be much because they did take away that elimination from Acorn and Cold, who did the brunt of that damage. So for now, it's just about farming up. Miro's the one that's in charge of trying to get those tags on top of that building.
So impressive. So we jump in with Vanyak and Karmi here. Lucy and Seno listening nearby, holding those edits, trying to see if there's a chance to pounce in.
То Димон, брат, тролиш бе, брат, той е трол, кацава е трол. Беше обез, що я направи. Той не се е била, брат, смисъл. Просто някакъв второй е твоя шила една, брат, удар. Да, за кия сега беше да пляска да уйне. Въпреки че нали фюрито си е наистина издрут, ама чак кия сега да би, брат.
It's going to be huge for a lot of these teams that are able to use that fast fisher, because we're going over to some of the water spots on our way over, which instantly fishes, whether you get a flopper to kind of stagger yourself in the zone, or a slurp fish, or any of those shields to go ahead and see who has as well. That's instant shields. It's 10 less than a big pot, but it's faster than a big pot altogether.
Давай, му знам. Те са ригнати работи, брат, спра мен, я знам. Просто не мога да свана, че отбора мой да го би, брат.
И почна да бегам бате.
Мен сити. Савич въса Турекс.
Добре.
Тук ще много интересен файт. Ще го правим в две между другото. Изтрут. Браво е, Савич.
Добре съм го научил, ей.
Така, доказа. Савич сега тази игра ги пратим, ще така.
As long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down, that opens the game up wide open for any of these teams to overtake that spot, since it is very, very early on. Mr. Savage and Vadil showing what they can do out of naughty nets. A lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are. Not only are they on the low ground, they have to cross a river. There's a couple teams they have to get through, so they're doing everything right up until this point.
Already we've seen our first team inside the top 10 fall, which was Janice and Reason there. Getting caught on this rotate here, seeming like the
Jake Paul's kill side
wasn't good enough for him.
Buga's
HP there as we were flying by, very hurt as they were coming just past Oyo and Sphinx, but Rift Island spawns beneath Stain and Janice that absolutely needs to make a comeback. What a better way than to find points other than to take the Rift Island for yourself. Will they go for it?
I already see that they captured a weapon cache with the slurp juice in his inventory, throwing a bush directly on top to cloud their space. That way they can fire freely without very many players able to kind of tag him back. And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so that way a sniper shot can try to sneak his way through. This is going to be big as Batman, Buga, and Rapid are actually going to be the first team on top of Rift Island. And we saw last game, the team that was on top, they were able to capture it because they were the first ones there where nobody really could
Batman, Buga.
The actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time.
That's crazy.
More than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Booga are well on their way to securing it here. I think it will be theirs. Pink and Vigo probably have considered it, but when you're just late to the punch, why jump in? Why take that risk? It does seem like already.
Да, забравям, че на първият тим, който че няма да си го взима, брат. Те дори даже не са прот. Не знам що. Не съм рискувал, не съм рискувал. Те Батман и другия, Батман Буга и другия взеха.
And what these other teams are doing, even though they're not trying to contest probably going for scraps as soon as Batman, Booga, and Rapid leave that location. But most importantly, with that added elevation, they're looking for Storm Surge. They can see the entirety of the lobby, and those teams that have to rotate from the south, from the east, that is who they're looking at most of all to try to get the Storm Surge that they need. You can see they have 224.
Ден ме рисмо за лайка, брат. Напред къде му чета, дайте ме стрима съберем 200 лайка, ако не сте правили вече. И така, ме рисмо за лайка, брат.
In the conversation though, Rapid, although by himself, he did make some placement last game. Here we jump in with Edgy and Duke.
Един лайк ми трябва да 200 лайка му чета. Пръскай човек бутона, един лайк.
Well and fine here. They're positioned very nicely already at the Eclipse Estate, which is near dead center. Do they have the storm line? Do they know where the storm's going? Because this is some prime positioning right here.
Yeah, we got these forecast towers all around the map. Allows you to read where the zone is going, but Duke had 46 solo impact points in match 1. He was just gobbling up.
Те вече наближаем ги момчета. Това ще е интересно.
Getting eliminations as well, especially when he needed it most for both the Siphon and the Mats. Malibuka and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned at to try to make their own rotation in. The zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map, over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls, there's a surrounding water, there's even the moon there that we saw Cammy and Seti use early on in this tournament.
Clownski grows on the move right now, already setting up for a nice position here, looking out for fights, looking out to see if they can find tags. This is going to be a team that, if they don't get active, will surely have something to worry about, but they find her stashed there. Great tags here for Strauss, Grolls, and Clownski, and already now they have a chance to go ahead and alleviate some room near them, get back into this game. You saw yourself for a moment, the punishment comes in, it's Pixie off to the right there, who has made it further this game than the last. Meanwhile, Yamzone Rise potentially taking a fight, but no, they
остана с Буга, бе. Не умря Буга, ето го е. Тук му е да умря, обаче. Мале, как никой не го убива, брат. Never mind. Тук е някой направят, тук са обезпинати просто. Нормално.
He's not able to get the HP up, what makes him an easy target through the sky. Now he's a focus that they know the knock's there. This is 4 points that the team is going after. And if they're daring enough to move over, that's loot as well. Booga handing over some of his resources while he's down, just trying to pad threads his material count, making sure that he's able to save. Who's knocking on that front door? Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Cold. And no tricks up their sleeves. All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we gotta go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part, and it puts them at 2 eliminations now. Comfortably in the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much better than that. Meanwhile, Snazy, Podesai on the move right now. The M8 boys playing deep outside the storm circle here. There had to be something worthwhile, but it looks like it was just a rotate. A fight in the zone.
Става, брат. Той е взял те устрят лоша.
That early game strategy, if they're not able to get that surge of those players that they can get the knocks behind on not only timing but on materials and resource gathering as well. The time is right. He needs to be able to get in, but he goes down. Snazy found a little crevice that he can hold on to, and even though he is full of shields, he only has 15 HP. If they're not to target him in this direction, where some of them are going to begin to rotate into, that's going to be a very dangerous situation for him to be in.
What's crazy is Mshari had no shield, so talk about a opportunity revealed to him, and he finds shield just off the elimination. Look, he also did not have any heals. It's just a perfect star aligning moment for M. Shari and Rue here. One of, again, the few representing for the ME, so making them proud so far.
Still got the top of the leaderboard still alive. Pollo Sphinx, Miro Cooper. Rue and M. Shari trying to join him on top. 106 and counting, above the damage threshold. But on the other side of things, Vasquez by himself, 140 below. Daring enough to go for that Rift Island very, very early on. That's helped their position on the leaderboard. And being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. We saw Duke in his solo points in game 1. Vasquez looking to mimic that here in game 2. But he really does need at least 7 players to get a single placement point.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to make him uncomfortable here as he is really dependent on the heals here, and he's got a long rotate to make. No one's moved just yet. It's just tough all around. Meanwhile, he gets punished by Tayson and Murstache there, so if it wasn't already pretty difficult, now he's surely on the back foot here. He's gonna have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the sounds. They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
Yeah, to edit.
If somebody wants to go ahead and take
Savage.
He needs a handful of players still needed to go down before that go off. Without any more heals, he's gonna have to go.
Savage can hold it, но трудно ще правиш. Я трябва да се мечпе и един краш път.
He's one of those players that makes sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get these heals from. 50 shields, 58 combined. The count is looking pretty healthy though, but slowly but surely falling down the Storm Surge ladder. Having to figure out where he's going to get it from. He turns around and goes down to Reed.
Yeah, he was wondering, he saw something there, but unfortunately it wasn't anything. He couldn't get the tags he needed. Reed's gonna go in and jump himself up. There just because of that, and now just moments away here. 27 duos remaining. This is it. Match 2 of the grand finals is now starting to approach its end. Things are gonna turn up now. Boyos fixed out of the round. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey flicks here, not trying to make it easy.
Има 250 милиона сабскрайбъра.
Да.
Те са луди, брат.
Само съркаш така, знаеш. Купа е мирус на първо място. Много добре. Аз ако съм занесен за тях. Ти стоп 4. Ще направи Миро и Купър, колко точки е, колко кило в мета. Ти трябва да се направи много кило в мета, че няма толкова точки. Кои да живи ли са? Не съм спрямо, брат. Май са. Би трябва да се живи, не знам.
And you can see he knows somebody's on the other side of that cover.
It's a bello,
see if there's an opportunity for him to strike. 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now.
The
need to fire a shot is going to come soon.
And it makes you wonder what went wrong this game for Cammy and Seti. Low on the surge damage, low on the heal options, not many material, right? This is a very tough game, and it's not like the zone went very far from where they land. It's just a little north and to the west here, so something must have went terribly wrong in that outskirt rotate. The resistance there a little too strong. Meanwhile, it's Striker in his duel. Asha from Team Monaco here. Asha's looking pretty solid right now. I do like the position that they are in as they're trying to play for height here.
Yeah, and who's daring enough to go ahead and contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them. Fortunately enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed havoc. Could deal some fast damage. Some think 148 above the damage threshold, and they have a far rotation to go, just like Thomas and Malabuka. But they are so healthy right now in terms of materials and in terms of resources.
And if you weigh their game versus Granada's, they are doing far and beyond better. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game. Everything they need to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop. But let's look at Peterbot. Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known for what he can do as a solo. He's the
insane shot.
On NA, especially when it comes down to fighting. He needs to finish this. He's already got the knock onto MK Papa, but no, he says, I have to play for myself here. Goes around the outskirts, reading this perfectly, but he is running low on material. There's another elimination. It falls through, so the point.
Я слышу тебя кошам между.
He's on the hunt. He's like, where is that solo?
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out where he's going to get even more siphon, but it's not so much for the heals as it is the material because he's running dry. Cammy, Seti, they don't got the high ground yet, but they're going around the outskirts trying to bypass a lot of the teams, recycle some of those builds, and if you look at them, they're going towards the front side of the zone.
Оем баю, Малибука, Ками, Сети,
More. Entire duo on his shoulders, but he's another one of those mechanically skilled players that sometimes when you lose your duo, that gives you freedom to go ahead and move around.
много то, что се направи човек. Чуват много кил, искам да миров поправи. Те слушат на лоуграунд, да, лоуграунд с тип. Само лоуграунд скът. Лека. Като работим сестра. Прямо Малибука, бе. Вземе едно две на кая, лоша. What is happening right now? That's
Malibuka's taking a page out of that playbook, but he instantly drops down low into the mud, trying to go ahead and survive as a solo, and he gets to the front side of zone yet again. Now this is his chance to look back, but a whole different page. Also a solo, but less heals, less materials to work with. Peterbot is continuously
nice, много добре. Отработка направя, брат. Бахте зрода. Трябва 6. Много силно финишър. Че нещо добре. Маляко става, брат. Тук има 3 солота поне. Има едно дули, бе.
But Malibuka's got work cut out for him.
3 solos left in the game. One of them is going to be Malibuka.
I want 3 solos.
Dropping down low. He's letting all those players above him fight it out for him to try to survive. They're ready to end that run. They get in the box and they send Malibuka back down to the lobby.
Cheating and Pixie at the
Меро добре.
Things will start to settle.
Брат, он Меро е бахти до пред брат. Много са констант.
Try to do it again here, looking to make the redemption run. They got a hurt team in front of them. Off to the side they go. These are points that need to be earned. Cooper is earning his strike, but Miro is here to back him up. He holds it down. The side comes in now. This is it.
Едно фано май. Айде фано. Много коши ми жут. Едно фано! Дай Миро! Тако прави. Ей. Миро за втори път ма умря втория човек. Пак някакви едно да Миро уйнахаме, брат. Фокус, здрасти.
Excellent performance indeed. Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
Много добре. Ама между все още Миро на първо място, брат. 2 игри, второ място е insane.
It's feeling really great, bro. We are full sect again, like yesterday, and we just played it out again.
Do you think that these duos are letting you have it too easy?
Yeah, of course.
Ти пиксели, аз не го знам. Що само не считам кой от тия двамата? Колко ще взимат само не знам, между другото.
Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this land so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
We have enough brains.
You've got enough brains, but really you're all about the firepower. Listen, I want to give you the opportunity to talk to your fans right now. I know that you've got quite a few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for everyone supporting me.
And would you like to say that in Polish?
I don't know.
No? Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Thanks for my family who is watching right now and everyone who supports us.
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the desk.
Ти ще се орат. Да, малко беше състои, да.
Big
Миро другия са на първо място, да. Те са 2 или подред топ 2, няма как да не са на първо. Ще имат скилове. Ще пръскай това и бутона, голем търстойка.
For a moment, I was like, if this is Mrs. Miro, Jean's like, oh, my bad. Whoa, Zeke, don't get ahead of yourself there.
The games have been absolutely insane. Down to the 1-1, but throughout the end game, it felt like there were so many souls alive, clutching up the points.
Yeah, these end games are mad. It's like it goes every which way, and then eventually one name or two names just start popping out.
9 точки дало на брат. А ще е толкова много брат, това има да да 15 точки в сол. Ама да, как ще да толкова точки да е инсейн. И ти даже не се прави с него, те просто което първи му бържа е там, той го взима. Ти да вземе в малко, брат, е там цъка. Ето ми го нов на мапа, ще там искате че рафа. Там се не хора цъкачи.
Victory Royale, of course, even coming down at second place, if you don't get the Victory Royale, it's not that bad, right? A Victory Royale is worth 65 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations, Pixie and Cheatin'. There's so much that happened in just that game. It's like every time we tune in with another duo, they're either in shambles situations or they're pushing a team, they're busting out these crazy strategies, and has not disappointed so far. Now, Viv, as we bring up these standings, take a look. Cooper and Miro, they're over. They started with a little bit of a lead, and now they have just said, you know what, we're jumping out in front.
I mean, back-to-back second places at the Global Championships. Both of them by Miro, solo clutching to that point in time. And Levin, whilst we were watching that game, right, we were getting close to the end of it. You asked me a question. What was that question?
I said, are Cooper and Miro about to win Globals? It's looking like it. They're sitting up on the leaderboard looking comfy. 2 back-to-back second places. I mean, if they keep playing like this, we're going to get to game 4 and it might be a done deal.
The consistency. That's you're
Балям, що ако кефът стримович, ако кеф Fortnite, значи няма почне да се абонират, но ще абонирайте за канала. Голем 20к. Може да запратил в събонирате, гайс. И що му гледате, значи да кеф няма Fortnite, те Миро 160 точки, брат, 40 точки над вторите. Сфинкс е на 6 място, като беше на първо. Ме бърз раздаване, брат.
Cammy and Seti maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable with a big switch up coming in today. Both games so far, they have been contested, but game number 2 was a little bit different here. They actually decided to go ahead and split their drop spot, but it didn't really end up mattering as they still made it into the end game. And honestly, it was the refresh during 9th zone that kept them alive for so long.
And the thing I was saying during that end game was it felt like vintage Cammy and Seti. None of this high ground nonsense we were seeing from them too much. I say high ground nonsense. They've been very good at it, don't get me wrong. But you know, it felt good to see them in an element where they were a bit more comfortable. And of course, again, another instance.
Актуалната спаун... Моля да загубят първо място, май, да. Даже загубят първо място, обаче са няма трон, брат, са някакви много константни. Миро е мега константни, че много е добър. С тимейта му, нада.
Even after this kind of shambles game, they're in top 5.
That's
not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance. But that's enough for right now. We have Kelly standing by on the stage right now with Lois.
That is right, Zeke. Fortnite veteran and Danish native Lois joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
I mean, normally I said players, but the fans have been absolutely incredible, especially the French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far, from the fans to the players. What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game 1 ending with Miro almost.
Yo, Flex, мерсно за от лепшо, брат, живе здрав. Мерсно, брат, ево.
And he almost did it again in game number 2. So with that being said, I gotta ask you, who is your favorite to win?
I think right now, I think Miro is gonna win, but I obviously
like
the Danish boys, Thomas H.
Ja myślałem, że Miro.
Flois, this just means so much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one OC duo, Alex and Worthy.
Thank you so much, Flois, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the games with you, but we're going to be heading back to the desk for now.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Не, бугат цъка. Кой ще уни според тебе, брат? Меро, сигурно Меро, брат. Ама искам Сети и Кам да спечелят, брат, защото са от Европа. Иначе навърто Меро ще уни, брат.
DJ and friends will be here for the halftime show right after this next game. So let's get on into this next one, Gassers.
You know what they say,
time
flies when you're having fun. We're already into game 3 and just
Game 3 почвам что Game 3.
It's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro does it again, the strike potential, the explosion that we've seen come out of him so far has been incredible. Let's do it one more time. Game 3. Game 3 of the grand finals is here. It is time to see how this one's gonna play out. We already know that 14 players have fallen both games back in these early moments. That means 7 duos have it out for one another.
This is the moments here that kind of make yourself one of the best in the world. This is
здрасте. Да, здрасте, мъчета пръска и това е бутона да хтим 3 лайка и събъдь за канал, който не се е абонирал. Така почваме, Малепука и Томас vs Канада и Ажарс. Тук за трети път ще са файтят, брат, но Малепука пак ги убият тя. Канада взе оръжие. Малепука! Има помпа! Мой ги убил две. Джизе го. Бат, аз ще Малепука да са би с Канада. Той имаше оръжие. Ако са би с него няма оръжие, брат. Брат, много са просто запират 50-50 човек. Буквално ми се причани рад 50-50 всяка ера. Те ще се редат до края на турна, кой ще умре и кой ще оживи. Сега вече няма да оспане според мен. О, през зонката, лад.
ARs and SMGs to go ahead and take them down if they try to make that a part of their game plan. Now it's all about the hunt. They even get a shield briefcase. Uh-oh, this is a very, very daring play.
Oh, comprar outra, bе. No way!
Almost does it. Takes down Reason, but Yana saves the day.
Nice time.
So close, and he seals the deal. In the final moments, you wouldn't think it would be possible, but he does.
Продава новото Томас, да. Те само снайпера го бя.
TK had that explosive entrance coming out, of course, that lower bracket. They managed to turn online, and already they have taken down his teammate. Unfortunate for TK now, he's gonna have to figure this one out, play this one as a solo for now. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper getting active here.
Ready to battle it out. They changed up their drop spot. Normally going over towards Breakwater Bay. They qualified to the FNCS Global Championship. They qualified to the Grand Finals over towards Breakwater Bay. But sometimes you got to be adaptable in the bush, trying to go for a hide and seek style play.
В кой страх пак е буша, брат?
Muzz there with the bait and switch to try to go ahead and save the day, but they got to be careful. Misha and Tini yet again, all around the map, all around the world. They're ready to take that top spot.
Ето го не буш плеера.
In this lobby right now, and they are showing how it can be effective even while you try new strategy. But no, Bryce comes in. He's got his attention to where is Chubbs here? Will he back him up? Misha now has to back out. We have spoken too soon. Paper will get the final finish.
Колко гейма са 6 минути играят трети.
Invitations were sent out to everybody this weekend. You can join the party if you want to. If you want to take that chance, as both Paper and Muzz get taken down. They get cleaned up by Bryce and Chubbs, who already have
4 кило, брат.
so far.
Insane.
Impressive way to start game 3.
What a great spot to be in right now for Bryce and Chubbs. Bryce and Chubbs the lower bracket duo that definitely performed, I would say, above average, finishing up towards that top 3.
Бачно топ за топ 2 между другото.
Upper bracket day, they were contested. They had a bit of a difficult time up in the north side, but right now could be their chance to turn things around. 4 eliminations. What a way to start the game.
And you know, our first 2 games were decided by teams who already have a victory royale throughout the weekend. Bryce and Chubbs have one as well, so that trend could continue. As TK goes down to Chicho, he gets cleaned up, probably trying to go for Quanti's reboot card. So they're going to be out of this game early on. But Cooper and Miro, I like this. They go ahead and get it uncontested. They loot up. They kind of switch to figure out who's going to go for the early surge, who's going to go down into that vault and try to clean up all that loot.
Jumping over to Batman Booger, rapid. We've seen so far having to play solo a fair amount, losing Batman Booga a little earlier than we would have liked the last round or so. But this drop spot, man, Mega City obviously highly contested, plenty of action to unfold here. And then if you just peer off to the outside, you have teams like Acorn and Cold constantly hovering around, so you never really are safe inside this big city.
Cooper дали сам. Не знам.
Already starting to look up and over.
Ама е там. Kana is the only player in the world to play in now 20 FNCS Grand Finals.
20 for 20, reaching a Grand Finals. He won his first one in the FNCS Major 3.
What the fuck? Kana е единственият плеер в света, който е играл всеки FNCS. Това е insane. Всеки FNCS Grand Final. What?
Every single FNCS Grand Finals and also perform extremely well. His top 10 performances, by the way, you can hold a candle to it. It'll stand strong, but Kylie is gonna fall here to Fast Strokey. So from the Frenzy Farms, they come and they influence Kylie and Fast Strokey with the quick finish.
This team has been slowly but surely up and up. Game after game throughout the weekend. It's only a matter of time before they hit their final form. But Reed and Ritual, they've been out of this world so far, consistently performing at the top level. Not only online though, they brought that skill here to the big stage. And see if they can keep it up, but they're close by, neck and neck with both Edgy and Duke. I think a lot of these teams know the risk of taking an early game fight. And so Edgy and Duke just continue on with their rotation. They're trying to not take too many risks early on. We'll save those for the late game.
Now we tune in one of the most seasoned here. Tayson setting up what could be a potential ambush alongside Mustache. They have the side angles, they have the information. A 3-2-1 is all it takes, and Kaizen is caught out. And that is what a professional duo will do to you. A moment is all it takes. If it were me, if it were you, it'd take forever to line up those shots, but they make it look so easy, so quick, so deadly.
It was more than just a 2-player 3-2-1. Frets and Booga on the other side, who actually were the ones able to steal that one away. If I thought 2 players were hard to survive, 4 players is literally impossible. I feel bad for Kaizen, but luckily for him, his teammate is still left alive. You see him floating around in the mini-map, ready to kind of make an attempt.
Даже това Fortnite в този стрим не. Този стрим гледам финал нощта. На FNCS Grand Finale. Камто има картичката. Ей, тия коли дават по 3 точки нощта, като са кепчърнат.
No, they're just going to move along here. In the meanwhile, we should look at how this happened. Take a look. Scope weapons in hand. MK Papa slides across. Oh, they were trying to get that forecast tower themselves, but no, caught out.
Oh, nice kill.
They get burned.
It's just one of those things, man. You don't necessarily plan for another team to just be hiding in bushes all around, but I feel like that's one of the most simple strategies you'd see some of these teams do, but it's honestly the small things.
Mero е жив. Всички са живи в топ 5.
They talk about rotations.
Брат, много са напред 4 точки отгоре.
Before they're going north towards Frenzy Fields to try to find their spot in towards the zone. They're easily one of the teams that can pick up multiple VRs throughout the day and kind of make up for lost time, boost up that leaderboard. But Vanyak and Carmi are going against their EU counterparts. I drop a Mappy on the other side. Getting denied piece control a few times. A quick peek view opportunity coming out from iDrop. He gets denied yet again. All of that real estate going over to Vanyak.
Feel a little deja vu here. Kanye down to the low ground. Vanyak cannot quite find the shot there. iDrop playing off the heels, backing up by himself. The last time we were in this situation, it was Sensen and company on the hunt. This time it is Karmi. Will they close it a little faster? I wonder. They are drawing the attention of teams nearby.
Oh, I drop.
This up quickly. Back he goes. Not many other options for him left here now.
That's, I feel like, what iDrop best case scenario. Let another team come in this direction. Start to fight off both Vanyak and Karmi. That way he can try to slither his way out, but no opportunities are coming. A big shot fires through. Running out of resources. iDrop has to think outside of the box and get out of it as well. Multiple angles as Karmi finally goes in and finishes the job. Letting nothing go through.
Впахива дрохта умря, братче. Пърма серия турнир. Насач много трудно сам. И те сам. Тук са бият ю.
And Vidio have been staying late into Slappy Shores, but I don't think they expected Murstache and Tayson to still be here playing their drop. Let's take a look at that one more time. Murstache swings around the top. They're already hurt. Into the box he goes. Vidio wasn't quick enough to defend himself there. It was a very clean pickup. Meanwhile, Pink and Vico move right past Karmi there. Vanyak, Pink and Vico inside the top 5, chilling around 4th place at the moment. What a different story compared to the upper bracket, also taking their learnings out of the lower bracket into today.
Yep, and that's one thing I feel like for some of these players, you know, Vico probably one of the more mechanically skilled and gifted players on the EU region. Pink, one of the best IGLs. Sometimes it just takes a day to warm up. You know, you got the jitters, you got the nerves, different setup, different desk heights, different chairs, and sometimes you have to go through the ringer against a team like Acorn and Cold before you go ahead and say enough is enough. You start to go ahead and play to your full potential, and that's why you see him at the top side of the leaderboards. Snazy and Podesai, they're kind of making a very, very similar rotation that they have in Games Pass, going on over towards the Creaky compound, just boxing up. They're, I wouldn't say slap dab in the center of zone, but they're as close as they can be at the current moment. Using a lot of those berries and just trying to see who rotates nearby. They just don't have a good line of sight over the lobby as of now. So that's why you see them rotating to try to get a better position, because information is critical in lobbies like this.
So many trees as well really hides how much danger is lurking nearby. Take a look at all the duos as we pan out here, including Cooper and Miro just nearby. Meanwhile, to the south, Cammy and Seti, of course, wrapping things up at the Frenzy Fields. Still danger nearby, though, so you always have to be careful. With that, let's get a word from Mini.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now let's take a little look at Cammy and Seti's off-spawn situation. We know it's a little bit for them at the moment, but in this particular game, they have managed to take control of that main Frenzy building. Of course, that gives them access to the north side of the map. And of course, what is there lurking at the north side of the map? It's the forecast tower. If you don't know, that gives them access to know when the next zone is going to be and where it is going to be positioned. So of course, that's absolutely vital information for them. We can see them taking out another player here as well. And to get access to this forecast tower. Hopefully for them, it'll be a good game like game number 1.
Thank you so much for the pivotal information, Mini. My zero build carry, I should say. When me, and it's just very, very sure that we keep our eyes on Cammy and Seti. They're one of 3 teams
Няма да има сърце според мен. Много точно партнер ще era.
Awareness of where that zone's going to go thanks to that forecast tower. And if you're one of those teams that may have seen them, may know that it's a chance for Cammy and Seti, you might want to try to follow them around without getting targeted. But Rift Island, you know how this has been. One of the first teams going up to it throughout the first games. If you make it first, you more than likely capture it.
Insane. Не, те възможно 100%. Nice, 15 точки много блъст за тях.
Game around for you right here, and honestly, Mshar and Rue kind of needed this. They've been struggling here. They've had a couple moments, so this will surely put them right back up toward that top 15 bracket now. Potentially even edging their way to top 10, as this island is worth 15 points. If you can secure it in time. We jump on over to Duke though for a moment here. Edgy is hurt and hasn't quite recovered just yet. I wonder what's happening. As he's getting pushed by Chubbs and Bryce. A little too much happening.
Nice.
Down low, Duke comes to the rescue though. Great tags there, and finally Edgy gets his heels off. Puts him right back into the game. He was waiting for those mushrooms to pop back in there.
This is what they do best. They're just slithering by for now. You know they can fight in the biggest moments of them all. But it's about using your brain, using your smarts, using a lot of the strategies.
Въдялката много продава, не сте според мен.
Very many more tricks up.
Не знам защо продава. То пък какво прави бушова, брат?
531 damage above the threshold.
То
You see them currently positioned.
не знае, че има бушови на нормалния батореал.
I feel like it's pivotal for the team where they're positioned if they want to be in the conversation. Force themselves to have massive games to do well here in this third game.
Looking at that top 10. Now into the top 15. Look at how close it is. Points. Barely separating one another.
Те са буфа, найс. Ей, майко! Въдел, брат, дайте се, брат. Молят се. Аре, въделка, плиз. Не му фързайте, бе, пич, не му фързайте. Брат, ако загубят едно от две заради въдел, ще поудея.
Should he save up? Should he clutch up here? It'll be okay. You know, Fnajan wants to turn things around and get the full finish. So Video does have to be careful.
Не, брат, въдел не съм виждал толкова много продава. Ето, Fnajan ми беше в отбора също преди. Много добре, много добре. Аре, бе! Много е, брат!
That was the grossest shot of the day by far. Watch it one more time.
Как буглям, бе, брат.
Look at how quick this was. You think it was over here.
Insane shot, by the way, гледай.
But he hits it just in time.
И то мега надежда да би. Маля. Гледай. Майко, бах ти плея, брат. И но сам мат, брат. Въделката направо много продава, честно не са. Пича иде във всеки файт. И в момента бяха 2-1, ония пичага ланшот на мистер Савич, като Савич беше на 0 HP някак си. И после въделката продаде, брат, загубиха 1-2. Ужас. Много зле. За Савича, брат. Благодаря, жив, не знам, бе, че бях, не знам. Те ми се регозирява още, бе.
Secure these drops, secure the Rift Island, get these other points, these extra points. There's a lot of different ways to secure the lead.
Ще някакви други няма да, брат. Няма те ще го вземат.
Constantly finding themselves in the vicinity. So far, so good. Gripey and Flixie are alive. Kanat and Agers are just nearby as well, so trying to make do, trying to make the best of this game.
57 above the damage threshold. It's just enough. It's just enough for some of these teams to rotate in, trying to go for a sneaky sniper shot. Narrowly misses that one. Probably saw the glint coming off of it as soon as he scoped in, allowing him to kind of watch out. You see, they don't want to go all the way to the side of that mountain. They want to keep some elevation just in case it does pull in this direction. You don't want to have to battle back.
Source may have found an important elimination onto Seti, so you may know where the zone is. But it doesn't mean you're absolutely safe. Cammy turns that story around. Potentially finding this elimination, putting up just enough defense. Now Cammy has to play this out by himself.
Yeah, I don't know how possible it is going to be, but if he does have that reboot card and he holds his position, he's not too far off from that reboot ban as well, but it is going to be out of zone. It is going to cause a lot of attention in your direction. But the possibilities are endless. We've seen things like that happen before in the past. He's just trying to figure out how he's going to survive this moment. Forget about those later plans, but for now, I think it's going to be go for that rocket ram. Forget the reboot. Forget all the loot. And even that team I was fighting. Let's just go ahead and go in towards zone. And you can see it's the least congested side as of now. Nobody's really begun their rotate from across the water.
What's crazy about this as well is Cammy was considering taking more mobility in crash pads, but because he was spooked out of his spot, he actually couldn't even secure it. He couldn't change his loot up. He had to just leave. So this isn't even the most ideal situation for him as of right now, as he was fumbling through his builds. But Cooper Miro
Той спра качвата е бот. Те и Купър Миро са на първо, не са направили нищо точки тази игра обаче. Ма те стигат ендгейм. Инсейн, брат, всяко на тази игра ще много инсейн, между. Те чуе на страха малко.
Ahead of the next best player and team right now. Placement points have not even begun to set in, so if they can continue that trend, they will be the team to beat in the second half.
This is kind of crazy though. Take a look at how the situation is playing out. There's not a soul on this side of the map. Very rarely this late in the game will you even have a chance to farm loot so casually.
Малик материал тя улучшава. О, сега тежак децайт, by the way. Може фанат тук да просто материал.
Destiny line up.
If they somehow win this game, get a top 5, you have to rewind.
Ако на тази игра, като цяло на всичко, то много трудно ще ги мисля.
Stabilize, refarm up, just like you're saying. It is going to be huge, but there's even teams rotating nearby in their direction.
Кои за пак са децуирно, брат. Мен са сран.
They're waiting for them to go down because they're one of the teams that is at the top side of that leaderboard as of now, waiting to take away that spot. Honestly, consistency is key, and they've been one of the most powerhouse teams on the weekend.
Не съм гледал, брат, не знам.
Well, if you look at that top 10, there was definitely room at the top as 4 teams have fallen just beyond Finn. Peterbot has a chance.
Буга.
Bila has a chance.
Да, това той е Буга се представя по-добре от Буга, каста. Опита работ пак много добре.
This is exactly what we came to see and came to know out of Peterbot overall. The Invitational played with somebody who isn't Bila, and I feel like that's the business for them. Every time they go and try to do it with someone else, the results aren't necessarily there, but every time they reunite, they impress everybody watching, and they're looking to do that once more here.
It's not a better way to make $1 million over a weekend.
True.
Клик се играем мощта. Не са пластера. О, добре, смарт тека.
No celebrations here for Miro and Cooper. Not looking good right now. Just a couple builds here. They're gonna have to force the agenda, force the fight. They find one on the other side. This might be the best team to do it as well. We already knew Geras was hurt. Cooper jumps into the box. He goes for it, puts it all on the line, doesn't quite find it, and Miro's here to back him up. The refresh was massive, and they're right in the game. But do they have heals? Did Cooper find anything there?
It's the little details that matter. Because now that he has materials on the side of Miro, of course.
Another one.
And able to heal on up. Oh, there goes his teammate as well. And now they're both looted and booted, ready to go ahead and continue their run. Their point lead is just growing larger and larger through most of the game. See Pixie and Cheating up on that leaderboard as well. Cammy and Seti still finding a way to stay alive. Then, of course, Pink and Vico.
Well, after the material split, there's still going to be a fight in front of them. They're not stopping there. They are literally continuing, but on the other side, Cammy is still a solo. He is still playing this one out. Where once he was going high ground game after game, this round here, he just has to do what he can to survive the gauntlet. Top 25 is here now. Placement points have been earned. That alone is something to celebrate, but Cammy's here to put up more. He needs more.
Rocket Ram able to get himself from one side to the next. And since he's so far below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, he immediately goes to work, looking towards the backside of zone. Mixon's going to be the first one in his line of sights, but finds no success, able to shoot through. Pink goes down in the feed. That's Miro yet again, out of nowhere, trying to come back. But Cammy's not really finding any success when it comes to Storm Surge. Eventually, he's going to have to just get into one of these boxes.
Really starting to heat up here. We get to look at that one more time. Don't forget, the reason they were hurt was because Pink was looking at him from before, and they finished him just like that. And another refresh, but more importantly, it's more points, and that's a top 5 team that's been truly heating up here today.
Брат, те Миро инсейн, брат, искам да win тайра. Win тайра са пошумна рецелия евент. Две игри топ 2, брат. Вече каза не. Логрант има много броканти, само логрант свят. Може би това е стратата, ама.
This is where Cooper and Miro really do shine the best in these end games, being able to be a little bit more aggressive and take those risks. Peter Bot and By like to say the same thing about
Но ме странно как правят това гран, брат. Огран е много трудно.
They have to take a page out of that playbook, but that's Kanata and Agers over on the other side. See Peter Bot trying to take the space, but finally moves back, reunites. He hears a lot of teams crashing in, and he doesn't want any part of any of that.
Violent Peter Bot still on the move right now. Meanwhile, Peter Bot is finding more and more. He gets the finish, but there's duos down low. It's not safe by any means. Starting to run thin on material. Plenty of teams down low. He's got to get out. That's Duke. He takes down, so fragmenting a team there. While Iamzo finds Edgy, high ground, unsure. By himself now as Miro's fallen to the hands of Vico. And they are on a run right now. The point lead is insane. And as teams fall, they are doing more and more. A team falls right in front of Cooper. Cooper's got to be careful. That was a close one.
That was a close call, but Miro just trying to go for the mats. He needs those resources. Wasn't able to really get
as well. Да, я миута в топ 10. Брат, я Миро пак имат инсейн точки, брат. Оп, кой стоиш, вето, кой вземаш так? Добре сме да прека.
Quickly into the top 15.
Chubbs and Bryce are online right now. 7 eliminations and almost a top 10. Chubbs and Bryce may be one of the most impressive duos to pop out of NA right now. And they have the experience, but this is the first time they're in an in-person arena with a crowd this big. With this much on the line. It's so
nice. I'm right it, by the way.
This could
200 точки на добре.
run for Cooper.
Марек пропуше. Батман Богадет.
40 plus points already separating them thanks to that elimination.
Канада е жив, интересно.
They're on the high ground. They could be the first team to try to get 3 VRs on the day. They already have 5 eliminations, more mats than they know what to do with. Another elimination almost grabbed up by Cooper. And this is a chance for both Pixie and to try to pick up the points. A 2v1 situation. They got their 7 eliminations, and it's Carmi who's already outside of the zone.
Nice.
He doesn't even survive.
Това е втория уин на тия май, между другото. Втория уин днеска. Инсейн. И третия уин в уикенда. Издруди! Не, тя му е да му също. Не знам дали ми да свърши на първо. Май ме да свърши на просто.
Tack för alla som supportar mig.
There we go, nice and simple. Thank you everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Не, буга няма шанс, брат.
We are full stacked again and just play it out. Like we had so many mats and stuff, and we just full tap to the end game. We looked at high, and then we looked up, and it was free, and we take it.
So do you think the key to your fantastic end games is actually you're having great early starts as well?
Yes, we get like good surge, good mats, and just get into end game.
And what's the secret to this? Have you spent a long time preparing your game plan, or is this just in the moment when you sit down, you just know what you want to do?
We have prepared a lot of strats, and then we just play from there.
And who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just looking for our game plan, and and then we just play our end game game plan in the finals.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger, but hopefully you can hold off the competition. I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and cheating!
Няма, Миро свърши на първа. Ще е първо място. Сега ще спечат малко.
Bro,
no shot.
No shot. There's 2 stories we're going to highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheen, the back-to-back. Guys, understand, this is a global's stage. This is it. This is the peak level of competition. And Pixie and Cheen say, victory out? Nah. Let's keep
Pixie and Cheatin have to be on top of the road, and look at this. It's all about the back side of the moving zones. They find out where the high ground is weakest. They go ahead and spray it out, and then they build up. And how they have so many materials going into this end game. Look at their eliminations before they just start to farm them from the high ground. They're just refreshes as they go along. And to end the game with 8 eliminations and a back-to-back win, Levin, like what?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. They literally came through and said the win was so nice, We had to do it twice. I can't believe what I'm saying. Like, you're getting to that endgame, and I keep seeing cheating and Pixie's names in the feed. I'm thinking, wait, these guys are still up. And we're seeing all these titans in the lobby falling, just able to keep up. But these guys look so strong all the way. Even with that being said, Zeke, they still aren't in first place.
That is the second storyline. Cooper and Miro, these guys are gods. I don't even know what I'm watching. Obviously, Pixie and Cheatin are kind of like right now they have the spotlight on them, which gives Cooper and Miro the opportunity to say, okay, spotlight's off us. Let's operate in the shadows. Let's make some plays, dude. But the solo clutch as well. Zeke.
Solo clutch though. We had an incredible clutch as they do. I mean, they were on the west side of the zone. They were trying to farm out. They had 0 builds. Like, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a good game from them, right? They're going to and then somehow they just find a double refresh, and then they take out the team that was following them in that second place Pink. Like the refreshes just kept flying in.
I mean, when your back is against the wall, to do what these guys are doing, forcing their way into the box and forcing the limbs, I mean, it's craziness. And then Cooper at the end there, really a man just possessed shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Miro went down 25th, right? There was 25 teams alive when Miro went down. Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Which is kind of crazy to me because a lot of times when we talk about this duel, we tend to focus a little more on Miro's side, right? Kind of a little more decorated, a little more experienced. But Cooper's like, whoa, why am I getting disrespected right now?
I mean, unbelievable player, right? He was given the chance by Miro to
Остана нищо е тепча и брат. Пикси дори много 2 игри подред. А Миро също on top.
Basically how this duo ended up forming. Miro was like, hey Cooper, flip a coin, and if it's what you
Савично трудно ще не брат. Ти не ще направи.
We'll duo.
Проблема е, че дуото му продава много.
So they formed a duo, and now here they are on the global stage in first place after 3 games.
Best coin flip of his life.
Just insane. Okay, so really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheatin and Pixie rather in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper and Miro. And they're kind of, you know, gentlemen of very few words. I was kind of curious if you guys had insight as to how they are just going wild right now. How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's the high ground play, right? Like somehow, you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen either of those duos in a healthy enough position to go ahead and contend for it. So it's kind of left that area of the end game open arms for Pixie and Cheatin.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to
Дуто наложи в принцип. Да, това е мега важно. Най-важно нещо. И после ролите на Ред Фрага и IGL, как ще да сприча. Кой е най-малко тук? Moneymaker, не брат, някъде 14 брат. А тук е всяко старе. Добре си хора. Не ще излъчва. Много добър за. Да, отжаем финала.
Мисля не поръда сега.
Меро.
Още ли е? Колко точно?
Да. 220 някъде. Брат, някакви печаги направиха 2 уина подред и са на второ място, брат. Пък е тия Миро или тия са на първо. Без уин. Те има 2 втори места и едно, не знам, топ 10 някъде.
Yeah, they're just giving us space. Like we're giving them space, they're giving us space. Because there's not really a reason why we would fight. Because it's just gonna get delayed. And if we both play our end games, like me and Acorn, and like we're.
Who do you think has the stronger end game out of the 2 duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that?
Because we practice a lot. Like in these last 3 months that we have played together, we have practiced like almost every day, or like almost every second day. So we have a lot of prac in between us. So.
I just saw your coach Bloodex walking past as well. He told me I haven't had to teach this guy anything, but there must be a reason you're working with him. So what's he brought to your duo?
Basically everything. Like he's teaching me how to actually understand the game and actually play the game. Like there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know before having coaching from Bloodex. So.
What has he really taught you about playing the game then? What does it mean to play Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like you need to understand like how to play mid games actually, and like look for surge and all that stuff, and that's like something that Bloodix is really good at, and yeah.
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that you are in this third spot, you can go either way now. You can go up, you can go down, and you can go all the way to that trophy. What are you feeling right now in terms of your chances? Do you already see yourself lifting that trophy on that stage?
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge third place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like Mera and Cooper can choke as well as like second place. I think second place is Pixie and Cheatin. They can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored over 100 points. It might be 100 points separating you from the top, but I know that you can pull off a big game. So Vico, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to you and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Can I just say, Bloodix is the biggest liar there is. For him to say, I've not had to teach Vico anything, I've been there. He's had to teach Vico a lot, like Vico just said. And my oh my, we're grateful he has, right? Because look how Vico's playing, look how he's improved. It hasn't always been the smoothest, it hasn't always been the easiest of rides for that duo to get to where they are now, but it's the perfect time for them to be peaking.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need to get sharpened, right? I still need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best, you'll never actually improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings in the top 3. Let's talk about the duo in 4th, Seti and Cammy. Again, I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the time. Cammy and Seti, though, they might have this like, they haven't quite made it up in the standing. They haven't got a victory on, not even a top 5, whatever. And then they end in first place, right? From this position.
Как ты 16 точки выдал, то есть цель же, брат, ужас.
So far, for me, Cammy and Seti's performance has been about hanging on, right? Giving them actually a chance to go ahead and hoist the trophy at the end of the day. Because so far, as I was talking to Levin about while we were watching that game, we really haven't seen a good usually this duo is very, very tight-knit in the sense that they are both alive late into these end games, but we have just seen solo clutch performances.
Буга е 0 точки, но е, брат. Сега има някаква точка, някаква имат 0 точки.
Which is why that 4th place to me is so impressive.
Yeah, no, I want to really emphasize that because you're spot on there. They have not had a good game by Cammy and Seti standards. Like, the best is still yet to come from these guys, and the fact that they're in 4th, you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards, just says everything you know needs to be.
You know, and we're talking about it a lot, right? Obviously, of course, right now we are on a break, so there is some time to actually talk with each other, kind of figure out what's going wrong. So maybe this is the reset that they need.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times when it maybe looks
Нужно проскочить лайк бутона, даем 300 лайка, веднага всеки от гледа стрима цък лайка му что. И с бутон что, ако чавам се събнали, не знам какво правите му что.
Absolutely. We saw 3 games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game and they could suddenly overtake that #1 spot. There's a point differential, but we can't focus on that, right? We have to focus on the job we have to do. As we turn our attention back over to the standings, let's just take a look here as well.
Тя карва бас 22 месеца дигнали каста. Руслан, здравствуй, брат.
Again, it takes one good game and then
suddenly
we just shift the entire leaderboard.
You know what's impressive to me is that I'm looking
at the
objectives, right? None of the teams right now in the top 10 seem to have secured Rift Island a single time. So I kind of wonder what's going on with that. Maybe it's actually kind of hurting some of these teams for whatever reason. But I mean, listen, that lead by Cooper and Mira. You know what's very, very interesting about Mira? Of course, he does have 5 FNCS titles under his belt. But you know, in 4 of those titles, he didn't actually win a game. So those back-to-back second places are just very much so his style.
So basically you're saying, we gotta just wrap it up now. It's over. Like, if he's winning games now it's just over. We might as well just pack it up, we'll go home.
There we go. I'm gonna stay. I want to
Мера вино 5 FNCS и в тия победи в тия FNCS имал само един вин. С един Виктор Реал само.
Now it is more critical than ever. We can't be slipping, right? We have to keep moving forward. We have to kind of shore up these mistakes as quickly as possible because there's a championship trophy waiting.
you know, why don't we reference some of the other in-person events that we have had, right? We had Invitational. Now, of course, that was 12 games, so a little bit different. But we checked out the day one, right? After 6 games, which of course was that halfway point. And since we're at that point now, I think it would be very, very relevant to talk about it. Whoever was at the top of the leaderboard is still switched up very much so after we played out the second half of the competition. So I really do feel like there's still so much that could happen.
Yeah, and look, again, as much as a lot of these players very much need the break, they need some time to cool down and relax. It could be a bit of a heat check for Miro and Cooper, right? They might come back, sit down, and they're not really feeling as hot as they once were, right? So hopefully it doesn't mess up their momentum and their flow.
You talk about momentum, we gotta slow things
Да,
down.
брат.
What I want to see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Well, it's not Fortnite, fam. I don't want to completely slow things down. I just want to change things up. We've had a lot of gameplay, but now we're going to introduce some music here for the halftime show. Coming all the way in from California, we have something very special in store for you here, Copenhagen. DJ, producer, musician extraordinaire, Two Friends has something never before heard or seen in store for you all here. That's right, it's a very special Fortnite show, one that's going to be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor, get ready to stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, I mean, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it though. We're going to jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out. And then
Уж брат, концерт трябва, уж брат. Те на момент. Оп, какво става с Урбикс, братчето?
Нищо е, там аз се прибах от навънка. И ти гледах стрима, докато се прибирам.
Найс.
Кои водят?
Да не спуснеш, ами в момента са Миро и Купър, да.
Да.
И на второ са ония пешаги там. Брат,
кои са на второ?
Забравях Пикси май, или как се кажеш. Те направиха 2 уина подред, а пък ония Купър и Миро направиха 2 втори места. И после един добър ендгейм.
Много килови сигурно.
Еми не е просто консистент. Ма да, имаха някакви килове. То килове дава 4 точки, брат.
Колко игри са минали? 3?
3. Той сега ще става по-интересно, защото така му се да променят много работи вече.
Да. Нали, който когато си иска, може да се смени дроп спам.
Давай много ясно. Има много интересно спаунове, брат. Канада и уния какъв беше там, брат. И Канада също мали бука всяка разпрата в спаун файт. И ста редуват по умбра, брат. Буга има 0 точки.
Някой контества ли мистер си вече там не видел?
Не съм суря, ама постоянно са файтят мидгейм. Нали спаун няма, мидгейм са файтят постоянно.
Много ще е напрегнат. Тек, тос Буке, що е дисквалифициран, защото е пушил?
Нещо там е пил, брат, не глупости е правил.
Прав ти луя. Той пие алкохол ли?
Явно. Няма там.
И дулото му играе соло дул. А как дава реди, смисъл?
То дулото му не се кластра.
Да, ама той е играл соло дуло, ама как дава реди, смисъл?
Просто не знам, брат, що така. Той е с къстъм код сигурно тече.
Добре, брат, аз няма се очуда, ако го уинне, примерно. Нямаше да се очуда. Вече не мой.
В момента няма нужда да го не почти, брат, да. Но мой да направи крауч. То дес мога го вземат. Манимейкъра май не прави много манимейкинг. Те ще го кажа.
Той много ли е на заля?
Май е мид, не знам. Или на заля, или е мид, нещо такова. Не умирал чак толкова много. Сложил съм в мидгейм, обаче ендгейм не съм го ждал.
Той манимейкъра не е чак за там.
Брат, той пише на 14 някаква, брат.
Да.
Виж куца как го извади, те ли? Сега ще го провериш обратно. Това там писи музика, че брат.
Хен.
Хен цъка, аз го видях ендгейм, не имаше 1-2 ендгейма.
Ги дават за такива мапове.
За креатива, да, ти го взем.
40%.
Да, са дали $140 милиона за 6 месеца. Ма те креатив мапове са прат, нереални пари.
Так само този, дето е направил онлепа, само от първия му онлеп, пък той има 3 онлепа, е направил близо около 4 милиона.
Да.
Може и малко повече долара.
Може да маднеш. Адван съм членове на канала.
Не може, айде.
Стая ще брат, не може тогава. Колко ще е Канада, не знам, моя топ 15 май. Коли е по-добре. Може 110 не знам. Кога почва ерата? Сега брат след концерта.
Концерт ли има някакъв?
Някакъв къс брат.
И ръва лайф евент.
Не знам. Някакви джей брат. Български ли е това? Смисъл?
Дава на български пеят.
Брат, татън, само че има на канал. Ако станеш на канал, ще татна.
На рак.
Варил, бе. Са тя палячовци.
Искам да им пишат маршмело, брат.
Не са.
Се върна сезон 7.
Колко са? Сега почва. О, последна писане мът.
Ега.
Поне 2-3 пинга.
Тогава ще танцуват, брат. Не знам, някакво пари си по страта на турнира. Сега спрят танцуват, тя и се пускават други стригри.
Са фая, брат, са фая.
Те са фая, да. They got the NPC songs. FNCS to friends. Ай, свършиха тя.
The game is game.
That's good.
For about 30 years, Kelly. Well, to age us even more, when Meister Brightside came on, all of the 30-year-olds in the talent show were going crazy, and then anyone Gold Star goes to Zeke. Zeke has got some moves.
Fortnite има много по-ремончета, като нямат кеш.
В момента са в криза малко. Не знам дали знаеш.
Брат, не са много в криза, бе. Той се омраха там 16%, ама брат, сама някакво, което не им трябва, смисъл. Мана са просто поинта от сейф дорат, брат. Ама иначе имат пари.
16% ли са махнали от персонала им?
Да. Те просто, брат, смисъл, не правят пари от Battle Royale, обаче правят много от Creative Phase. Те сега ще... Те сега инвестират всичко в Creative. До 1-2 години правят Battle Royale, айде 2 години, може повече малко. Battle Royale ще е мега дет, смисъл, то само в Creative ще развива Fortnite. Те искат да направят една така Roblox, буквално.
Не трябва. Те искат да мои всички добри и слаби много, нали, защото сега с компетитива не е много за слаби, нали, сплащаш се.
Те играта винаги я правят за слабите, брат.
Да. В момента компетитива не е за слабите, в принцип и за малките деца.
За тия компетитива нищо не инвестира там. So, прави се полица много траш.
Буквално ако дигнат малко прайсовете на кеш каповете.
Ма няма за кой го дигат, брат. За тях няма са за кой го дигат. Те нищо не скарат. Те сега паш, нали, той с чаптера носи много год, ще им какво стане. И чаптера 5 също ще сигурно. И също в чаптера 5 ще има някакъв нов гейм от, смисъл, нещо като Rocket League. По-скоро като Mario Kart гейм от. Абе да, няма да се фокусират на Battle Royale много, къде гледам. 870 чекам не толкова много, брат.
Кое 870?
Че, още 3 игри има. Ами толкова хора са махнали от CP Games.
80 човека са 16% от персонала им.
Да.
Майко.
Crazy. That was so much fun. It's so fun being in here, right? Because we're standing up here on the desk and the whole ground is like shaking as this is going on as well. And then the flames start going off and it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why can we actually feel the heat from those flames?
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going,
Just keep going while we continue the competition. Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristband. So as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena lighting up kind of in like tandem with the songs. Man, that was amazing. Thank you so much. DJ Producer 2 Friend, we appreciate y'all. Casey on the sax, we became best friends.
The GOAT.
The GOAT. Now, as we kind of get ready here, we have some time before we jump back into the game. The players have kind of taken a bit. They're stepping back, they're getting some food, talking with whoever they need to talk to, and focusing their minds. Let's take a look at the stats by the numbers. Let's take a look at how things are kind of going here in the grand final. Take a look at the numbers for most of the players. You can see Cooper and Miro. No surprise. First place right behind him. Pixie and Cheat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, first and second place, obviously eliminations are very,
Thank
very
you,
important.
Peterbot.
But Peterbot and Bilo 12 sneaking up.
Добре, тук е тежко EU dominating. Бача първо място на EU. Кой е фаворита? Ами Миро, брат. Миро. Той е най-год.
Yeah, it feels like a blast from the past from those guys, right? Obviously, back when they won an FNCS many seasons ago, that's the kind of thing we saw from them so often, right? Popping off high elim games, and it's good to see them getting in on the action today.
I was curious to kind of get your thoughts. So how do we slow down Miro and Cooper right now? Are they contested? Because it seems right now like they're so dangerously far ahead right now.
No, I mean, seriously, what it comes down to is making mistakes out of them, and literally game number 3 was that, right? They made a mistake. They had so many things to come back from in that game. I mean, positionally, right? They were pretty much out to the west side of the zone. They had no builds. Somehow finding the refreshes in that game tells me that they are even ready for those situations that are tough, especially in Fortnite competitive, to overcome.
Що прескайте лайк за бутона. Дахни 14к.
Yeah, I think the one interesting for me, no matter how many games we play, no matter how deep we are.
Няма да играя в този стрим.
If Thomas actually walks out, the crowd.
Представете сме, хората скачат на формата, там цъпскам се един. Просто с буга много продава, буга са много точки.
These off-spawn battles against Canada and Aegis, they've been going so back and forth, man. And mentally it must be tough.
Коя игра почва игра 4.
You know this might be the only opportunity you get to actually play out a game, and there's even more pressure that gets added with that.
Yeah, and here we kind of turn attention from 11th down to 20th. I want to highlight 17th place Hen and Vasquez. We've seen double Rift Island claims. You can see the 30 points. The 30 points, just under half of their total points from Rift Island. And it's still just so crazy to me. More duos actually, yesterday we saw a moment where
Когато има много хора, които казват, че Бога е слаб, ама имачин да го казваш.
Да.
Много хора викат, Бога е уиннал, бил е добър сезон 9, вече е слаб.
Ма брат е уиннал 4 ФНС за сето или 3.
Бога... Той ли уинна последния? А не, беше на второ място.
Канада уинна.
Да.
Бре, Канада е единствения плеер, който е бил на всеки гранд финал.
Е уиннал си само един.
Да. Ама е бил на всеки гранд финал някога, не ФНС. Които са 20, брат. Инсейн.
Аз дори почти не бях чул за него.
Аз го знам много време, той е много лъджи. Просто беше бан с Twitch, зато и не се стримаш такива работи. Иначе не си бил добър.
And then remember, we've got the forecast towers being 3 points each. So Cammy and Seti and Bryce and Chubbs have also claimed 2 respectively. So, and I think the other thing we want to kind of, it's not necessarily gone.
Сега какво изпуснах? Ми 3 игри и концерт. Сега стана интересно, кажеш, защото ще са последните игри. Тук сте решени с някой ще мине. В момента Европа е на второ място. На първо място са Миро и Купър, едни от Америка.
Второ място са Европа ли казах?
Май да.
То в момента битката не е само за... Нали...
Пикси и читен, да.
Кои хора ще уинат, да, битката е за кой регион ще уинат.
Да, аз съм напълно за точно заради той.
Искаш Европа ли да уинне? В единия център, брат, има по-добре. Смисъл.
Yeah, if we think about the strength of Frenzy as it stands right now, of course, it is going to be the fact that it is so close to that forecast tower. So the fact that they're kind of like splitting their drop spot right now, I really think it's in favor
дори от
of them.
Океания има хора добри, колкото на Европа най-добрите.
Cammy, Seti-esque game yet. That forecast tower has to help them out in that category so much.
Yeah, for sure. Well, getting word.
Имаш един от Океания, Волкс.
Ако знаеш ли неща на да, Волкс го знам, да. Съб да беше много добър.
Волкс, да.
Да, той е много добър.
That's right, we're up here. We have Taco joining us right now to, of course, close out the remainder of the day. We already know it's getting intense. Players did have a short break.
The very first 3 games today have done nothing except deliver action after action after action. So many insane moments, and we're here to get plenty more because game number 4 is ready to go.
Let's get right back into it. Game number 4 is here, and it is time to take our way into the Fortnite world. Let's jump off this bus. Let's see what's in store for us.
And that's the thing, Monsters. We've already seen so many of those 50-50 skirmishes, particularly this one here at the racetrack. You can already see these players lighting up the sky. Canada, Asiers, Malabuka, and Thomas. It's been a relatively even split so far, but this is the time. Thomas and Malabuka need this.
Какво се береш ли на месец 2 пъти или всеки месец? Или всеки месец 3 път само? Е, тук пак 2-2, Малибука с Канада. О, пак ли бе, брат? Умрях е 2 дута, no way.
Как бе?
Бей от някъде.
Някой ги убил отстрани?
Да. Омзо ги уби. Брат, те са много прости, брат. Четвърта игра подред. Да, четвърта игра подред са файтят 2-2, брат. И се редуват кой ще умре буквално. Те е умно. Като се толкова се бъдат боля, брат. Много дърза направо.
Да, Малибука е много равен, много бикево.
Да, са бикево точно и двата има са много бикевото за тия проблема. Канада е много бикево и Малибука също.
Малибука е най-бикевото в света.
But entertainment for us nonetheless. We get to jump in now with Clement and Kaizen who already have an elimination. If Grols is by himself, then he's having to run.
Да. Един път му издръжал купиш. А ето Пикси и читих. Giants с някакъв хил взе.
Going to collect the wins, and that's primarily just them getting the luxury of being able to continue farming out resources, materials. But we can take a look back at the action that we didn't get a chance to witness the first time around. Reason with a nice drop down from the overhead view. Baka just unable to find those finalizing shots.
Fortnite не е на този стрим, пак ти казвам, брат.
Here in those 2 versus 1 situations, it's hard to come out on top.
It makes you wonder if Reason and Giannis didn't, come out of the lower bracket. Baka and Pars had such a great upper bracket day one just to qualify here, and today have been put on stalemate, put on ice all day long, just no room to warm up. Talking about teams that haven't quite had room. Our OCE duo here, Worthy in a 1v2, but no, Teeny claps back.
Insane.
And finishes the deal, gets his elimination points, gets the credit, and finishes it off when it matters.
Worthy, though, making sure to not go down without a fight. At least a minor setback there for Misha and Teeny. But the revive will definitely be a success. Decent
Защото е трети ден, бе, брат. И радва да напред за квалификация.
One more time, Teeny, Misha. They've got Finali
Вико на кое
in their
място?
sights, but at least for right
Не
now,
знам.
Teeny
Не
and
съм
Misha
жал.
for that last little engagement with Worthy, they're going to take a second.
Много цъка. А пак знаеш кой е набора 0-7?
For actually looking to challenge against Finali Moneymaker.
Ама то всеки му е на 240 FPS на 0-5, всеки му е. Със сигурност ще да съм Тайлан, брат, ако бях 10 пинки и 240 FPS, ама със сигурност. И ако играях от Chapter 1,
тогава става не задам.
пък аз играя от края на Chapter 2, от 5 сезона. Пък от 6 играем какво е това. И аз като с файта и на 100 FPS.
Ай, тя правят това на стопич. Те го правят за трета игра подред.
Дет скемпет ли, бе?
Да, не бе, дето бият някакви ухилват сега игра.
Брат, това е бакти момичната.
Виж какво закрежва, брат.
Представям си как Epic могат да ги дисквалифицират за токсик, за токсване.
Не, да токсик е позволено.
Ами да,
не, те го правят, защото да взимат сърч, нищо токсик.
Вей, то спък.
Да, бе. Те кемпят, брат, някакви сгради и ги убиват лоши и там си ги фармат за сърч, брат. Няма по-ким живе от тя.
Той примерно хаби 150 медли си взима 150 сърч.
Да. Много блокан.
Означава да взимат сърч.
Не, демидж за Сторма, защото в ендгейма като много хора почва да ги бият демидж, ако не са набили демидж, нали?
Почват да ги бият светкавици, те с които са с най-малко
демидж. Това ли бе? Да.
Им трябва демидж за той.
Ако има снайпер, брат, на нока на тялото,
да, е добро.
му убиш хедшот и 260 едно.
Да съм видял шопа, да.
То Стома се ежи бил много скопнал някой. Аз даже ти ли го каза Vonster?
Кинг беше много скопнал, Стома се ежи не знам.
И след това снайпнал още един.
Да, той беше Кинг, той беше Кинг.
От тебе го чух, значи днеска по-рано пак ти
да. Той е бахти нормалненка, брат, снайпер, че само е много добър Кинг, към е любимия плея това. Ама не е в финалите, се играеше вчера само.
Аз знам, че Монграл и Кинг имат един много як брутален монтаж.
Да.
Един от най-яките монтажи.
Да, естествено.
Again, with that visual sound cue, everyone here knows for sure there's a team lurking.
Ама за един не играе ли снайпери?
Sent and polarized, make the rotate.
Ами, в принципе играе, ама тук нещо няма право интересно.
Дали няма самат като умрат оф спаун, брат, 20 минути само гледат как другите ги изпроварват.
But the fact that a simple introduction of another party to your initial skirmish, and that's enough to disperse the engagement altogether, because you can just tell, sent it polarized, they recognize how much they need these points. Some of these teams looking to hit a second win of sorts after that halftime point.
And also just the respect they have for the opponents here. You really have to. Let's not forget for match 4 grand finals to get this far into the tournament stage.
Никой, два тима умряха от спаун. Тър парти го уби.
And then qualify for the weekend.
Скутър пърс се върна за Хелуин. Ми да, това е втората. Просто няма стайл.
Edgy's on the move, Duke's on the move, more action unfolding on the other side though. We jump back into it.
Който играе Roblox се ботки на джар, добре.
On the opponents in the vicinity. They allow for the pickup, it seems.
Oh, this could be dirty though from Podesai and Snazy, depending on how they actually look to play things out. Exodus just having gotten an opportunity to rejoin and just quickly sent back again to the elimination process. It's going to be in vain here, unfortunately, for his streak to continue. But Snazy and Podesai, they still got to work their way from deep outside of the zone. Granted, it is early enough that
Колко точка е буга? 0. Аз живе се швем. Да се направим точка.
Лошо играе ли изобщо?
Не, още 0 точки. Играят, да.
Явно не играе.
0 точки, бе, 0 точки е павка. Метален цикъл напна, брат. Цикъл напна, там намериш.
Let's watch it back though. We jumped away from Paper for a moment. It seems like as things started to ease up, they come on in. They catch a down body, and Paper was quick on it.
Имаше ли някакъв мап?
Да, за мафа.
That was a excellent elimination and a great.
Долу горе на ден. Колко изписва ли ти колко хора го цъкат?
Чай съчка. Ще тук на дънче.
И какво видео ще му правиш? Fortnite?
Не, бе, правихме 0. Правихме най-доброто видео някъде. От само 5 дена го правихме, брат. Най-доброто видео някъде. Где сме правили? Мисля, че го каши днеска.
Relatively split right now from Cammy. Seems as though both of them trying to prioritize different directions, but some of these teams definitely encountering some issues. Running alongside the edge of storm. It seems as though other teams are already taking note of the way that these zones are starting to pool and just doing their best to try and control the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, and it's not just Noxie and Crisp here who have a problem. The team in front of them are in the fight. These are two of Asia's best going head-to-head. Datus and Stain, Zagu. And Peppo Clip down low. The FNCS champions of the Asia region have been flexing on the competition, but Seti and Cammy have been keeping them cool as they have been the kings of Frenzy so far. The battles for the weather station have been very evident in this game now. This is that back half strategy we talked about, showing you how many teams want to try to increase their odds.
Well, think about it. Zagu and Peppo, I distinctly remember a content piece from yesterday where they specifically stated, we will trade our lives in order to secure these forecast towers, because that is just how impactful having every single visualization of future zones can be. It does make
Да, да влезеш зоните е год. За one.
Honest reason, they're trying to control what's happening between themselves. X-Force, Rubub. But it's a lonely action because other teams just keep taking
note of the action. Janus.
That of the Germans here. Already 2 eliminations for Janus. Showing that they had success at the Slappy Shores. X-Force and Robot Kebab definitely a strong 2, but then you have
Robot Kebab. Robot Kebab. No е сакате, брат.
Hungry for more points, already on 2.
Как се казва Robot Kebab, бе?
We were wondering how have they done it. It's just timing. Their timing has been impeccable. And if they can time this battle correctly, they'll be right there, earning themselves a good number of points. But no, things slow down. The weapons cache might just go to this
Could be massive though for Pixie and Chi.
Вико на трето място. Да.
Вико ли?
Да.
Найс, бе.
Добре.
He's having a hard time. He's been rebooted like 3 times this game already.
Кача банка.
And found by different duos at different stages. What a difficult time it has been.
Вико трето, Каме четвъртия. Втори Пикси на второ миро.
Готов с Карми. Има един Карми.
Карми, то не го знам. Не знам, то с Карми не го знам. Това тимейта му съм го чул, обаче Карми не знам кое е. И така знам, да го уби. Нареснаха са. Тука поинтовете са много бързи за кил, брат. 4 кила да кила.
4 точки.
Кажи. Дай са на така.
No strangers, Cammy and Seti, to playing deep zone. We've seen it just about the bulk of the games on the day. Meanwhile, Miro and Cooper have continued to have success in the middle. Let's catch up with these teams. Let's catch up with what's going on with Vivid.
All of the games so far throughout the day have featured some very early aggression, but that is not the case for Cooper and Miro.
Това коментара беше един най-добър шаптер рано.
Коментатор е бил Fortnite плеер.
Да, Fortnite проплеер. Даже много известен беше, той беше в Liquid. Liquid 9. Да, той някакво вече не коментира.
Thanks so much, Vivid. It's definitely clear that their drop at that Rumble Ruins POI is certainly making a pretty impactful mark on their run so far today. And what's even crazier still is when you think about the fact that Miro literally has more FNCS title wins, being 5 finals appearances. This is only Cooper's 4th finals appearance, and yet here they are. Game number 4, leading the lobby.
От Вико и Пинко вземат той, без проблема. А нормально. Да вече се контестват, принципно до сега само се оставаха и те да си го вземат, просто първият тим, който беше там си го вземаш. А сега ще се бият.
Big turn, a big stride up the standings, and that's why the battle for the Rift Island checkpoint is going to be important.
Бада и Moneymaker и Fnageron са ме били в отбора преди.
Really make the difference.
It's 15 points. The fact that Daske have managed to secure 2 of these Rift Island objective capture points is insanity.
Миро е тука. Те винаги са тука, обаче даже не са по-отзема, да не знам. Не знам какво правят.
And the game is afoot here for these two as they continue trying to see whether or not they can close in on any of these other teams surrounding the Rift Island that might be a little bit more distracted with each other still.
Само Vonster днес.
Pretty interesting. We have 1st, 3rd, and 4th place all nearby. Make that 5th place as well, because Vaniac and Carby are under the Rift Island, so a lot of our very important performing duos so far just to hit here. The first team in Misha. They've had a good game so far. They finally found their footing here, but they're going against Pink and Vika, who were just warmed up after the first 3. Already though, what can they do?
Pink's got to be careful though. Pink and Nico don't want to wind up as the team being sandwiched with so much commotion happening here at the Rift Island. Still trying to break through these wall edits from Misha and Teeny. But capture point, it's been claimed. That is a massive 15 points bonus, regardless of what happens next for these two. But it seems as though they still want more. They've got the loot. They want some elimination points to go with it.
Вече са топ... Не, знам ли са топ 2. Ма не са топ 2, ама са добре.
What they can essentially from the Rift Island here nearby.
Да, ще да бяхме в една организация на отбора. В Northern Star Gaming бяхме.
Ти си бил в някакъв такъв план?
Организацията не е клан. Бил съм в Luminosity Gaming, съм бил в N-Star съм бил. И в още един мани, ако се кажеш.
Нещо плаща ли след?
Да, те им плащаха, за че бях там. Даже бях на N-Star, знаеш ли от Болбитра? Го знаеш, тук има двама от N-Star да играят в момента тук.
Чувал съм.
И Moneymaker беше от N-Star и той в Нажарн беше от Люмности май.
Ма той не е български.
Не.
И как си влязал?
Аз имах менеджер тогава, това се още имам. И аз тогава бях стримър, най-вече имах много вилъра, брат, аз имах по 500 вилъра, колко имах горе-долу. И нали тия хората се търсиха някакви там стрима, работите. Даже бях на курсите на сайта им.
Here, but that was just 3 games, right? All you have to do is play even better on the back 3. You can be very much in the competition, in the conversation.
I mean, we've seen just how impactful even 2 games can be.
Yeah.
And considering that we still have 2 games left to play after this one, would never want to count out, you know, or Queasy in those sort of circumstances. Following up on Iamzo and Rise.
Остана на Прукс.
Кой на 23-то Вено?
Да.
Много зле.
Брат. Много добри модерат, не знаете вече.
But Rise seems as though he's got at least one party in his sights. Just behind him though, Cheatin and Pixie, but it's Misha and Teeny. They have been on the battle the entire match so far, it would seem. And it's only going to get all the more difficult with Teeny having
Почему я не мог, кажа, мама? Все не жестко, просто.
Казали, кстати, не казваш.
Мене имах договор, принципно, а вече той е свършил, тъй че май мога, ама просто аз някакъм.
Ама на месец се плащаха, иначе или?
Да, месец. И някой, и преди да влява в отбора, защото е те, нали, prepaid. Се плаща също.
He's gonna need the support of his community here for sure because
даже в един отбор бях и като плеер и като контент креатор в първия отбор. Аз тогава се клюв аз за FNCS, брат. Буквално даже бях подбор от някой плеер тогава. Какво ще прави? Фиокъм ми беше бил да ми чей много добре. Мой да вземе такива кил това, да. Савич къде е, не знам, брат, съм гроба. Янук. Той дет. Не, също удари сърджа. Удари демидж, брат.
You could tell MK Papa wants to turn around, but he knows he's got to keep pushing forward. And Vika finds him for even a second.
Как ще се запрене нула, брат? Видялката е жив, значи Савиджа имаме жив. Добре скепнен съм. Ооо. Май, ной да го би. Савич видялката са живи, ма пак са в струма, брат.
Against top 5's Vasque. But hold up. Now we get to see this Miro and Cooper starting to find their footing again. They need to fight for it. This is the second game now. Game 3, we saw very much similar circumstances where they came into the struggle. Material count, health, just in general, very scrappy duo. They do find a set of refreshers there. Meanwhile, Seti and Cammy, complete different story. We've already know they play deep out of the storm line, but they're looking pretty fine right now. It's going to be natural high ground. This is looking like good old early chapter days.
Cammy and Seti have definitely found a decent spot just on the side of the mountain north of Brutal Bastion, but they're not the only ones looking this direction. We ran threats. Box just beneath them. A lot of teams kind of surrounding the edges here. Peterbot and Byla, though, they're trying to put those mechs to work. Byla gonna force his way in, just now getting barely above
Бих някакъв пич на ранката, 6 флопа.
Какво прави?
Шаут хил.
Моя Питербот.
Много играй.
That's the kind of refresh that Peterbot and Byla were hoping for.
This is what Peterbot does right here. This is what he does best.
Много играй ботката.
By himself when it comes down to clutching up, and he's got that charge.
Така 0-7 и той има.
Да, сега хлапта повишват. По гейм е това 4.
On his first, Peter Bot has to dig into his heels now. Decides, hey, I gotta get out of here. Breaks through everyone's build.
Майко! Ко направи, брат? Взе тук кил, не знам. Майко, става този кил. Батарана тук да не е год. Да, без тружа има някакъв шанс все пак.
Destructive rocket rams that we have seen all day today, but Axfor is putting himself into some very strong positioning for the time being as a solo. It's so common to see players try to move from that very backside of the zone, but cheating as well. Seemingly the same idea.
Майко 25 тима, те са взели само един плейсмент спешно.
Да. Осма зона, не им приснах как стане. Купър и Миро си още на първо. Вико умря. Адриана е вертикално, моя мериш мапаме. Да, това
Види малко път. Каза ли колко плеера си имал?
Не, тъкмо си. Ами на средно аз нали тук имам с някакви статистики. Вчера бяха 31 пик мъж вчера. Тъй че да.
По-малко от 30.
30 не бяха цикъра едно. Ма има някакъв правил цикър, той не си трябва... Той не си трябва чак толкова много правил цикър, той не си.
Some of these box edits and walls that are made, the smallest of gaps towards the bottom of them, but Cheatin, again,
като за са първи мап горе-долу, аз съм една много по-добре за мап за следващия ми.
For Cheatin and Pixie's run, they've got to do everything in their power to stay as close as possible, hot on the heels of Cooper and
Cheatin е близо още.
Нито най-малните мапове печелят милиони, като
да, бе, аз...
Гедва с Бул, Колава, Сафанта, някакъв...
Да, бе, аз точно така вършидимам. Някакъм, защото са просто да ги изненадам, като дойде скоро. Не е много трудно са някой да направи също. Ама слушай блок много, брат, аз... Като направих му мап, видях след някой дена какви мапове направях хората, какво се играеше и да. Че пак се играе... Окей, горе до мапа, са някакви играния, не е толкова зле.
Still have crash pads and more to work with.
Very curious though to see what exactly is going to happen.
О, паскай човек, бутоне, който не се е абонирал, да се абонира веднага, момчета, за да може да достигнем 14 000 абоната. Свърши къде са броите, колко се чата.
Might be able to acquire an elimination in the process. Knock onto the Strokey there. Will be forced to use his legendary slurp juice. That does buy him a little bit of time here. Still has 3 charges left in that rocket ram as well. He's going to make sure to utilize at least one of them. Again, just more builds being completely ripped through here.
Front side of zone is where he finds something. No, he slips off the mount. He's got to be very careful here as it bounces back. So unfortunate.
Много гадна зона.
It was so close to being perfect.
Буквално се връща.
Put himself in a bad position.
Но тъп стана тук. Много ноки стана след това. Миро и Купър остана живе, брат, много е, брат. Типчет искат перма само лоу-граунд. Вено е жив също.
Be careful here on the descent though, with Nano on that rocket ram. Queasy can utilize some of the last of his splashes, still has 2 remaining just in case. Right now it's all about the mobility, soaring sprints keeping him in the air, possibly a little bit longer than he is intending, but Miro dropping down to low ground, finding that elimination onto Vanyak, and now it's Savage as well, alongside of Yamzo pushing all of the sides here. But Miro and Cooper, they're still managing to stay together, at least for the time being. Cooper though,
Savage жив, окей. И вадалката. Умряха. Пак добре бе, пак съм на първо място. Пак много добре. Ками какво съм направил с камерата бе. Не кам ми това сети. Ками сети май ще винат между има шанс. Ужас.
Cammy though finally gonna get put into the dirt, though not by who we were suspecting. It's Bryce and it's Chubbs.
Има две дута, едно сол. Мая код ги спали, бе, брат. Брикс вина. Найс. Брат, пак някакви рандом уиннаха, бе, брат. Тя ще са те не е някъде, сигурно.
Bryce, the sight of you winning a victory royale is going to be one of the most enduring memories of this entire event for me, because every time you guys have success in the lobby, you just can't believe how good you are. What does it feel like to take the second victory royale in Copenhagen?
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in fourth on the leaderboard.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Is that literally the conversation you had?
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first time on LAN for you, Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How much experience have you been able to bring to the stage this weekend?
Not much, but our skill is there, so we're here to win.
Is that what it's all about? Just the skill?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your early games then, because that seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested, that can just mat up and get their resources ready, seem to be doing the best right now. Are you finding yourself
Като гледах един час, нали, трябваше да получа бакпак, линки, бонуски, сега ще ги получа. Ами след някакво време, брат, смисъл.
We're better than them, we'll just kill them.
Да, брат, утре.
Do you believe this, Bryce? Do you believe in yourself now after you've had so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the two of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Bryce and Chubbs showing
a lot
of restraint, right? They could be going crazy, they could be popping off, but no, they're focused. They know there's only 2 games left to go. Now with this lead, with this victory royale and the eliminations as well, they could make a run of it. Now, very quickly before we even get going, Kelly
член, брат. Не знам, чак. Мой просто да таковаш. Да пуснеш супер чат и ти помага.
We have seen from this duo this weekend. They have got victory royales in the previous rounds. And we've just seen it again. I think there's a few question marks about whether they can do it on the big stage. I mean, Frankie mentioned it. Maybe the lack of experience compared to some of the other duos in the lobby. But they're not showing any nerves at the moment. They're on top.
No, and they were on top of that mountain as well. Once we saw Mixon drop down from there. We also saw Vino, Queasy, Seti, and Cammy all fighting for that high ground.
Cold.
And when you have the mountain there, it is so important to be able to grab that high ground, because it is so difficult to be able to recover from the mid and low ground. And we saw that from the likes of Miro and Cooper. Once that zone does move, it's a lot more difficult to be able to rotate around the high ground. So big shout outs to our duo, Chubbs and Bryce, right there, going up 16 placement points. But Cooper, Miro, Pixie, and Cheatin not moving anywhere.
Yeah, I want to come back to them first. Cammy and Seti, you kind of highlighted them there. We saw them, we saw Cole, we saw Vino and Queasy. My gosh, that end game was a who's who. Didn't matter where you were looking, you're like, I know all of these things. But I love here, you can just tell, if you really pay attention to the way Cammy and Seti play, when Queasy and Veno are close by and they're kind of like interacting, the way that Seti and Cammy, there's like this tiny little change. It's almost like now they're on the hunt. They can smell the blood in the water. They're like, no, you're close by. Okay, we switch it on.
Yeah, they definitely know. I mean, when you got 2 of the best teams in the entire world battling for height, it is an absolute spectacle to behold. That was such a good endgame from both those guys. Of course, making it to endgame is great to see for Veno and Queasy in particular as well. And of course, Cammy and Seti. These guys have had a little bit of a rough day today. I know you guys mentioned it on the desk earlier. They haven't actually had a good game. Hopefully, they can bring some better games as well, because we know what this duo can do. And again, Kelly, that's just highlighting how they're not just a low ground team. They're not just a low ground team. They are willing and able to take height.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in 3rd place. So clearly, their rough
playoff game is my best day in the world. But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were able to bring back up their teammate. However, they realized that once they did, they backed off and said that this isn't worth it. We don't want to get knocked down early because we want to make it to the end game, and they did just that.
Кога четвърта игра. Брик си още някакъв брат. Някакви... Аз не ги знам човек, някакви рандови. Та Америка сама е. Ей това, Брикс. Чупс. Ей, те много са мърднали, четвърт месец.
And another thing that they're doing pretty much every single game except for one is being
able to hit that forecast coverage, which is also beneficial.
But we gotta talk about the top team, Cooper and Miro. Miro just going absolutely crazy, and there was a moment in that game where I wasn't too sure how they were gonna do. You can see here, 102 below Storm Surge there, and that is such a risky place to be this late in the game. But also, I mean, can we talk about the Rocket Ram in this game? I don't think I've ever seen so many builds destroyed in just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that was just because of the natural elevation in the zone. The Rocket Ram is the item just to smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least breaking everything that could be getting in the way. This is a fantastic end game from Miro, and I know on the cast there, I think it was Monster, he mentioned that there was like 4 of our top 5 teams all surrounding the Rift Island. That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Miro being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers. Of course, you can have so many of those maps that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Miro are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go to Cooper and Miro, they are farming, and it has been every single game, and they are one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
And we've seen a lot of West zones today, right? Games 1 to 3, all on the West side. And of course, Miro and Cooper, they land on that West side. So for once, we're seeing a zone that isn't in their favor. And I was definitely asking a few questions about, I was like, if the zone doesn't pull their way, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to sort of play to that standard? They've just answered all of my questions.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking at global champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right now. He is fragging out crazy. Veno is doing what he does.
This is great to see from Veno, and I know their sort of game strategy and their game plan has been so masterfully crafted by his team. Of course, BloodX, of course, on the coaching side of things, just doing things fantastically well. And Veno's been such a great player that's developed so much throughout his entire gameplay. He hasn't just been an all-out fragger, just jumping in boxes brainlessly. He has developed into such a fantastic, almost half IGL. He tends to take control in these end games, whilst also fragging out. What can't he do?
Well, especially when you're in a solo situation, you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit because you know your situation the best, and that is exactly what we saw from Veno.
Guys, I want to break down so much. There's just so much happening in this game, but I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the action. So casters, back on up to you.
So much. Always love getting that little bit of analytical insight during the analyst desk segments, but they're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances, so many different players, and I just want to see if they can keep the ball rolling here in game number 5.
We can do just that.
Bus is here. Let's go. Game number 5 of the grand finals is right before us. This is where we are now in the final stages of the tournament here. After this game, there will only be one more before we crown our champion. So here and now is the most important time of the rounds.
We're watching every single one of these teams begin to depart from the battle bus and look at their respective points. It's always funny too when you see the players in between those brief segments, when they're pointing out which chest they actually want to
prioritize.
Right now, Thomas
Няма да спрат, брат. И пак стрелят някакви личници, брат. Канада, окей. Айде. Заминаха нашите, между другото, пак.
Managers will yet again take over the racetrack. But again, the help from afar just did so much there for Kanata and Agers.
This is all he wants. This is all he wants to say. He came to Copenhagen. He showed up to the grand finals. Who had the best score at the end of it? Right now, Kanata and Agers clearly have been kings of the drop. But what can they do after this last game? They unfortunately were finished so soon. They have a chance now to at least fight for more earnings here today. There is still so much prizing on the line. The grand finals means so much more than just first place. It's everything in between. It's your legacy. Reason Giannis getting into a fight here against Baka. Pars. Baka are about due for a finally, they get to find their win, their chance. Baka and Pars for NA now.
A lot of NA representation so far to start things off.
Но са просто брат, не знам защо играят всяка игра. 5 игри по дет се пускат на едно също място зад тима. И знаеш другия тим, че там пак се пускат, брат. И се редуват просто кой ще умре, той му умшна. Тъпото им биге го, брат.
Finding that side maneuver to really just approach them from a different attacking side and just cause so many issues.
Miro and Cooper.
Кой гейм е това? Гейм 5.
Miro won. Right now, Miro's won 4 of his 5 FNC titles without securing a single victory royale. He has been literally Mr. Consistent.
Миро е спечелил 4 FNC-са. Спечелил е 5, обаче 4 от тях са били без да направи виктор роял. Insane.
In this recent major, because they've just been playing great Fortnite together.
Hey, first place might mean 65 placement points, but second place at 56 is not half bad by any means.
He's got 2 of those.
Especially when you're able to back them like what we saw from Miro earlier today in those solo clutch instances as well. Definitely not an easy position to be in.
Не мислят.
But a few teams who weren't involved with some of those early engagements, 50-50 drops. Right now, they're all just on the hunt to see where and when they can acquire their surge tag damage, because the surge strategies, they have been coming in hot all weekend long, but they are needed now more than ever here in Game 5.
Yeah, Brutal Bastion's an interesting spot because Pixie and Cheatin have been here. They have been here round after round, but haven't quite gotten into any of the fights. And also, what a great stat. Pixie and Cheatin are the first duo since Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup with back-to-back VRs at an in-person event at a LAN. And Aqua and Nyrox set history that weekend when they did that, only to go on and take it all away. But today, we see something completely different here. This story, the standings, of course, Cooper and Miro's their biggest task yet.
Well, Bryson Chubbs, there's definitely a team that'd be looking to break a stat like that. There's certainly the ones to keep an eye out for. You heard the confidence in that post-game interview. We're seeing better than everybody else here. And granted, the way that they've managed to creep up in the leaderboards might just be backing them up on that. Teeny and Nisha trying to pressure in onto Kitos and PXZin. A nice drop down from Teeny as well. Gonna make quick work of Kitos and not much left for PXZin to do. Watching his teammate go down so early before you could really wrap around for the assist help.
How impressive so many of these first-time LAN appearance players have been, including Fnagen and Moneymaker here, as they continue to find their stride here, taking out Bobby. Where is Larpex? I think they got the Instead, they pushed everyone out, so just got a single elimination, but this is great.
Larpex just barely managing to squeeze away, but he's got to be careful which direction he chooses to run. A couple of other teams lurking just south of the Creaky compound, so depending on the angles that he approaches, some of those other teams might find some trouble. Muzz and Paper, all the while, they're just trying to chop out Shari right now. Moderately successful job. Paper looking to push from the front side now. Muzz, another wraparound, but Giras has finally managed to reunite with his duo, so Paper, Muzz definitely reconsidering exactly how aggressively they want to approach this, especially given Paper's loadout. They might need this refresh, Monster, because it'd be nice to have some extra materials this early on.
Yeah, Paper just uncertain, making the call. Hey, is there someone up there? I'm not sure. That slows everything down now. Muzz tries to scout for the information, but doesn't find anything from it. That right there will tell them, okay, Geras and Shari on the run. There was no one there. Little pump fake is going to save them. Now we jump over to Sphinx and Foyo. We saw Moneymaker chasing Larkspax. That might have cost him now as they run right into the solid wall that is Sphinx and Foyo. Already a team that has taken a victory out here today, so confidence is definitely there.
Moneymaker, though, won't be able to find a shot just yet. Cancel that. Seems as though he did sneak one up onto Sphinx. A little pause here now. Fine, debating which augment he wants to select. Maybe if he can find one that might help him out in this circumstance. But Foyo and Sphinx, they seem as though they might run in to finish what Moneymaker had started. Larkspax not too far off from where this little skirmish is taking place, but again,
no, he got finished. It looks like Sphinx turned around and
finally managed to cut him off.
Immediate headshot. Yeah, immediate headshot right as you said that. Sphinx finds elimination, takes him out. Well, there it is. That's 4 points. We like that.
From the frying pan into the fire, essentially, at that point. But usually how the story goes whenever players are left in those solo situations. Teeny and Misha, though, how many times have we seen this one before? Though, may or may not work out in their favor, but their patience could also play off.
Enemy builds right now as well. I think they're onto something. I think they believe there might be a reboot card here or something worth holding out that will tempt these players to get closer to them. Zagu and Peppo are clearly rummaging around right now trying to find something. So for Misha and Teeny, the cheeky smile on his face right here. They're definitely cooking something up.
And bro is looking devious in that player cam. I mean, you got the fingers crossed. He is waiting to see if he can scoop something up here. For Bryson Chubbs, they've got a different nature of attack. One that's a little bit more towards leading the charge, so to say. Here over at Shady Stilts, just trying to get some good utilization out of the mud that's available for some faster rotations. See if maybe they might run into any teams that they could acquire some surge tags on as well. And seen quite a few teams sort of trying to gauge whether or not investing into a full rotation would be worthwhile, given some of the elevation that comes with it. It's always nice when you can get a good aerial view of the lobby.
Definitely that information download is so important, especially in this game. Stacey and Potusan on the move right now, trying to get situated. The weapons cash for them, but Teeny, Misha, the ambush finally pays off. They catch Peppo out in the open and then come crashing on in with a rocket ram. What a way to start this one off. Very explosive, very aggressive. Misha taking a wall by himself, no builds. What in the world is going on right now? He says, oh, that's wood. I like that. That's weak. Gets right inside. Zagu has to clutch this one out right now. His teammate's hurt. Peppo's on the run. In goes Teeny. Zagu puts up the numbers, though, but Misha finishes the job and clutches out for Teeny.
And that was massive as well for Teeny and Misha, because we saw them waiting for so long. They had practically, well, they had essentially no builds to work with because of the fact that they spent so much time waiting. So they needed those materials. But I guess you can just let other teams do the work for you if you're able to find the eliminations.
Not looking good right now for Cheatin', though. Very low on HP. Trying to decide, man, what do I do with my augments? More importantly, do I utilize these slab juices now? Or should I wait? Pixie in the meanwhile, scavenge around here, seeing what he can find as he's got more health to spare. The problem is Baka is up on the hill. Duos are in the vicinity, so there it is. It was all worth it. They get to battle for this, and they should get rewarded here shortly with everything they need. Nice. It's going to bounce them right back into this. Our second place runners, Pixie and Cheatin', have a chance now to bounce back.
That was definitely the care package that they needed more than anything else right now. I mean, we saw just how down low Cheatin' was starting to look with some of those builds. Pink and Vico, on the other hand, a team that's doing
relatively well
as far as resources
ще снимам видео след това, обаче няма да играя на стрима.
Whether or not they'll get a chance to fully utilize them, because as they make this rotation through frenzy fields, seems as though they've managed to spot out another team on the horizon. Whether or not they're aware of the fact that it's Queasy and Veno is a different story entirely, but given the circumstances and where both of these teams are rotating out of, it wouldn't be unlikely for Pink to be aware of the fact that it might be Queasy and Veno rotating out.
Шунат, брат. Дама полезна на най-редките ни, so аз вируса на Миро най-редкия, брат. И част даже се кифат, че ще вини Миро. Въпреки ще не е сигурно, пак може ги бият, so в топ 10, брат, само се има поне 5-6 сила, брат.
Cooper and Miro's ridiculous run, I mean, it would be that much closer inside the top 10. The conversation's surely skewed right now up towards the top, but Acorn and Cold jumped into it. Queasy and Vino have as well. Tayson and Mustache now have room to make their way into these conversations too, taking down Alec. Worthy there, nicely done. They have the zone more or less not too far, so they'll be balling out here shortly.
Can't say I'm surprised to see Mustache and Tayson trying to get a little bit more aggressive into the action here, understanding that they need to make up some points to keep themselves in the conversation of that top 10, top 5 territory. And well played here by Tayson and Mustache as well, just staying so close together here as they charge Oshi's last remaining hope. Unfortunately for Alex and Worthy, they'll have to wait for our final match to make another debut, see whether or not they can catapult themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards. But look at this, Rift Island. We've been seeing a decent amount of action pick up as the games go on here. Axforce immediately getting lit up, trying to farm some materials off the roof of this big building here. Unfortunately for him, he's got Rubab Kabam toss him a couple of...
Само 118, да, обаче имаме други филовица на тих могат.
They managed to fly right in.
На второ място имам Ю.
Axforce and Robot might not get this as freely as they initially believed.
I love this because Teeny and Misha, these last couple games have just been menaces. Pushing everyone, playing for Rift Island. They're trying to come back. They're trying to make this money right now. And they're not willing to give it up without a fight. That's what it's all about. This is exactly what players fear the most, though. Rift Island being highly contested like this. When teams are desperate to jump up the standings, Misha and Teeny are doing it here and now. They gotta get in, they gotta get closer, or they'll end up giving it away.
Seems as though Misha and Teeny may be hoping that they can try and catch Axforce and Robob on the rotation out, especially if some other duos try to get involved here. But Axforce and Robob, these guys aren't the only ones going up top. But a massive benefit here because Pixie, it's Trulex, it's Chicho running Pixie down. Knock Trulex, gonna look for the finish. Certain that he eliminates Pixie in the process there, and yeah, trying to hold it down by his Losum, but he's locked outside the zone. He's got to find a way to rotate in, but the edge is being so well guarded right now.
Surely has to do with a little bit of greed. They were doing pretty much just fine, but trying to go in there to see what they can find out, and they just get met with a team. Not what you expect at all. Cheating out, thinking the same thing. Shows himself for a second, and there were players waiting. Booga and Threats don't drop a beat there. The damage was catastrophic.
Тия пикси не знам откъде са, брат. Ако са от Ю, нали е много голям шанс да уйнем Ю. Ако не са, почти невъзможно да уйнем Ю.
I mean, even if Cheatin does get the reboot ban at this point, just how beneficial is it
някой ми казва къде са пикси и другия читих, къде са коригам.
That Booga and Threats haven't really strayed too far from their initial position. They recognize the fact that Cheatin is a solo. They're still hanging out midway between Cheatin and Pixie as far as the zone is concerned.
Отил са, иначе имаме шанс да уйнем Европа, ако.
Down Pixie before he even gets a chance to land.
Иначе ми шанс да уним 30 точки ни трябват. За Европа говоря. Колко най-много се донейтва, ли? Към 25 лева, 30 лева, кажем. На челици стрим са ми донейтвали повече пари, обаче на ето не го броим, защото те не са близа мене. Бой черти. Той е Миро, един от не е готле, той е много добър, той беше дул на буга преди.
Met their fate here in game number 5. They'll have to wait it out as well for the battle bus to depart in match number 6. And who better to be the one to possibly shut him down? It's for Stroke. Applying so much pressure. Easy and Meadow, they were in 7th place here. And now they've got to sit and wait to see where this leaves them on the leaderboard by the time it gets to the completion of game number 5. And that's going to be all it takes. Seti and Cammy sure to have seen that one light up in the elimination feed and possibly got a little pep in their step for it.
Yeah, the conversation now for Cammy and Seti is surely can they start to close this gap.
Буга е много зле в момента, не знам, даже не знам дали има точки Буга. Са много зле пожа при Буга, той пече един от последните в момента. Те ще видим го посъдят с него. Питър Бот може да нали има шанс да уинне. Той е в топ 10 мисля. Сега ще видим владел умряха пак ли брат? Миро и Купър Шринкс. О, Пикси. Те умряха. Неща няма замина. Не ще печелят. Много трудно ще уни в момента, много трудно. Трябва Миро и Купър да умрат брат. А те първо сега до ендгейм.
They've just got to continue to try and play things out as cool, calm, and
collected
as ever before. Behind them, recognizing the fact that they might have some pressure on the backside, Miro trying towards rotate in. Couple of shots, some damage being applied. Cooper though, pausing only for a moment. Slight regroup needed. Nutty though, taking a massive shot. The shields are correct. Some well-placed shots there from Cooper. And that's going to be enough to put a pause to Brazilian duo's pressure points.
Taco, will we be calling this early? Will we be calling the Global Championship early? It just might become mathematically impossible if Cooper and Miro have their run right now. Their closest competition is so far away at this point.
А в момента Миро и Купър вземат топ 3, някакво да направи никой друг отбор.
But the trophy is so close.
Горе-долу да.
Maintaining nerves is easily one of the most difficult aspects of being
Буга не е най-добре вече, да. Един най-добрите обаче не е най-добре, може би. Най-добрите са и тия в момента деца в едабола, горе-долу. Купър, Миро. Те са най-добрите финейс, според мен.
Their mental as well.
But
whether or not other teams are going to get a chance to play spoiler, we'll have to wait and see because right now, as things continue to evolve, zone continuing to pull just across Rumble Ruins at this point, and all these other teams to the north side now starting to trickle their way back in. We have to remember Rumble Ruins. Cooper's starting point.
Cooper и Миро, тия двамата е гледаме.
Ай ще изгледам този ендгейм, аз изпера момчета.
Добре.
They get another set of eliminations, the refresh that they needed, and this has been the story game after game. They're hurt, they need an elimination, they need a refresh, and they actually find it one of the few duos that can legitimately just do it.
And this is starting to feel a little bit too good to be true almost. I mean, if I'm Miro and Cooper, I almost want to panic because it's like I can't believe.
Тоест Миро, има OG FNCS пикекса ли?
Не, тук имат къстъм акаунт, че може да се скот.
Тоест
да. Тук има 10 човека с FNCS пикекс, не повече.
Ама не си играят с техните акаунти.
Не си играят с техните акаунти.
С други акаунти.
Имат всички скрути в играта, не всичко имат. Даже някой играта на английски скин, да. А пък той на World Cup беше той, на World Cup ти играеш с някакви английски скинове, брат. Ай, няма как да имаш OG FNCS скрипта в момента, защото в момента е нова, не знаеш, тя сме на всеки сезон. Плюс че Канада беше уинал в регион, те ще някъде няма. Само да вземем обаче някой нова, ако не се искат да знаеш.
Не, няма да е нова. Той един те просто смениха нов стайл и той ще...
Не, нов стайл ще добре видео. Да, те сменят стила.
А в момента всички хора, които някога са уинвали FNCS, си я имат в акаунта, така ли?
Не бе брат, като минеш FNCS само за този сезон, да.
А да, аз вече разбрах, че си остава за винаги.
Не си остава за винаги. Просто да имат къстъм акаунт, че играят къстъм акаунт.
Защото забравях кой мисля, че Вено или скоро го бях гледал пак с FNCS текста.
Не, няма, то само сезона, брат. Те купа да мирал са много добре, как ви кажа мощта.
Rocket Ram in full effect here, lands on the side. Cooper's here to meet with them, but a team's behind them.
Този ли мега с дълга коса ли?
Давай да цяло гледам в момента.
Looking for the refresh, it's Seti here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as Duo meets with them. The big heels come out. They need a bounce back, they need these wins.
Cammy and Seti might be at the very top of the time being, but just across
Монстер,
the
ако
way,
може
it's
да
Nada, it's
играеш
Rangers.
колкото някой от тук, кой би избрал?
Да избра Ду.
Не бе, да си добър колкото него.
Най-добре, да я знам брат. Прямо Меро или Сечи, не знам. Колко направя брат. Ма Меро е контролер, те ще не знам. Да.
Gonna buy him a good chunk of time as well to just pop this big shield potion.
Кой пише сега? Меро и Купър. Дясно пише хора, в момента са в пета игра. Всичко пише на екрана принципно. Да гледате са.
О, тези спикси са умрели.
Да, бой прас.
Видео много ли назад?
Значи така, много хора следеше на начин, ако кажеш?
Видео много ли назад?
Владял? Да брат. Не знам, топ 20 мой да го имаш просто. Не са добре брат, мисля. Даже мой е по-надолу, не знам. Топ 20, топ 30 някъде там. Окей, ендгейма. Брат, тия Купър миростта и си брат. Пак вземат ендгейм. Ако вземат топ 3 брат. Да, ма те сега играят лоуграунд. Те просто лоуграунд брат. Ако вземат тук топ 3 брат, някой да ги би между другото. Трябва да го бия това.
О, той е топ 17 в момента.
Лека.
Топ 14, виж брат на класа.
Да. Умряха.
GG.
Брикс пак е жива брат.
А той Поларайс ли?
Сега гледам.
Поларайс ли тук?
Поларайс играе, да. О, ме ягав на хай раунд, вот. Мале, лека.
Това си ма един бил това, айде.
Веднъж жив е капа, май. Вадела на 29-то място. Да, точно как предположих. А, буга! Трец направи нещо, окей. Трец на буга отбора е шиф. Добре, ендгейм.
Погил първи.
Добре, ендгейм съм виждал. Ооо, много добре. Те се разсипва между това. Той да не киде буга, то буга много кио да си мапет.
А буга жив ли в момента?
Не. Май само солото са, бай, да бе. Не, едно дул има, едно дул.
То спавиш две екзотик.
Да, сте гледал. И то различни.
Да.
Ма те има 4 помпи, брат.
Ала, да, 4. Той с едната екзотик взима сини, с другата екзотик.
Ой. Брат, тец бах, че какво ще прави, комьюнити ще инсейн. Мале! Аре бе! Ей! Ще комина. Най-последно от някой ги знам. Найс. Аз знам Турек си. И Чико да.
Те с големите слушалки от отвънка са звукоизолиращи, нали?
Да. А пък отвътре има тапсички, да. Защото да не чуят, нали... По-очи на другите.
Те буквално са потапят в играта на 100%.
Само че го няма. Бяхора ги няма, брат. Мога да се игра продава, да. Ма че ме имам такова браузера. Сега пикси, ако не скочиш на Миро, няма шанс, да. Аз не знам защо някой те не учи да тролни, имам пред да уби просто Миро, братете, за... Просто да не му не, брат.
Купър и Миро са 80 точки над вторите.
Да, но много трудняк ще ги би, брат. Трябва да продадат.
Тези пикси трябва да ги кинат и после да уинат.
Дали са руснаци тя? Бога на кое място е? Сега ще видим, не знам. Сега ще дъпна малко нагоре. Може топ... Аз знам, що така е. Топ 20 някъде може да е. Чуй сега ми се хвастара. Не е толкова добра, брат.
На Next пише иконката му за държавата Саудитска Арабия. Що пише тъй?
Моето рол си го сложа за трола.
Но той нали е руснак по принцип Next?
Да бе, май.
И той преместил ли се и доведе?
Ми да, трябва.
Това е 2007 хвате, бе.
Всеки трябва да се премести от Русия.
Как бе вземат 18 в друга държава, ще отидат да живеят?
С тях не знам.
Especially in the way that they did it as well. Of course, Chicho saying right there, solo clutching since was it first moving zone?
Ама стане като спено кои са ска месеци, не си знам. Мене няма да им скочва, мисля, че някой друг тим ще им скочи са така. Аз съм видял и по да умра от офспан или нещо да офспан, защото ще степ чаги.
Towards that 10th zone was so
and that's something that we like to see out of solos in end games. It's very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
big smile on his face.
Oh, he's loving it. This is for good reason.
Спра стрима, спра стрима, брат. Спра стрима.
Going for high as a solo, so many players will just sort of back off a little bit, be a little bit more passive, but it's the players that do take huge risks like this.
Ще чупете лайк бутон, да дадем через стримака. Всеки лайк на стрима, който е на стрима, нали? Ударете са бутона, ще да ударим 14 къде са ба.
Айде да че хората имат общо всичките около 12-13 кила, те са на първо имат 27.
Да. Много са констат, брат, те и към килови, и към такой, към плейсмент са перфектни. Ама няма то ще вин. Ще някаква качината му игра вин. Окей.
Айде лека.
Айде лека. Остане рамчета, ще много ако Миро постигна темпера направят вин. Бога колко точка е? Не знам, айс. Сега ще имам. Смяха 20-20.
Is not going to be enough if Cooper and Miro go down immediately and then Chubbs and Bryce get the best game that we have seen so far, then there is a slight possibility that of course there is still Pixie and Cheatin who have a slight chance.
They do. I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro and Cooper. And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number. These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that I noticed there throughout that whole game was Miro was so confident in their storm surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid-game. Their strategy then, going into that 7th zone, 6th zone situation, they try and go for a big refresh. Then he picks up the shotgun. He drops. shotgun to play so well in endgame, and the way that they're taking walls.
Дочка, здравствуй, брат. Пусть живее капа.
And then Cooper's the one that's claiming it so well played.
And Cooper and
Дальше все известно. Видишки?
That game right there. You saw that they waited, stayed on low ground, and where a lot of people will try and stay at the front of zone so they can kind of peek behind them. They stayed behind, just on the edge, and were even able to get another elimination in that moment, just because their positioning was so smart. They knew that it was going to be so chaotic, either on top or in front, so they stayed in the back corner. It was perfect.
Just disgusting. Their average going into that game, their average placement 5.25. Wow. Just nuts. Now, before we get going, it's highly likely we're looking at global champions. Is the prize money. Yes, $1 million, a championship axe, a championship trophy, and a title. But keep in mind, as we watch these duos go head to head, think about this for a moment. Second place and third. If I'm a duo and I can get a single point difference, that is literally $250,000 of difference. So y'all need to make some noise, pay attention, because every single interaction is going to be huge.
That's absolutely right. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars between each of these places. There's so many different storylines. The story is not over, even though Cooper and Miro are so far ahead. And I mean, who knows what can happen? We saw it at Invitational. Will they get landed on?
Ooh, could you imagine Cammy and Seti taking a page from the book of Queasy and Vino? We'll have to wait and see.
I would love to, but you know what? We've got something special lined up for you. We've got our man Levin2k on the stage to get us hyped for game number 6.
Кой е промяна за сега? На първо място е Миро и Купър. Дочка игра само с членове на канала. Станеш член на канал, може да. Сега какво гледат? Сега ще гледаме последната игра. И ще видим кой ще спечели. Тя сега е кайпен на съб. Ай, чао, дочка. Ой, не стигна. О, почват.
Кой спечели, бе?
Никой, сега първо последната игра.
О, год.
Мисля, че някой работне Миро и Купър, брат.
Колко точки водят сорите?
80 някъде.
О, те да не правят нищо тази игра, пак ще бият.
И average placement им е топ 5, брат. Тече. Освен ако не ги убил топ спаун, но никой не ги убил сега спаун, не знам.
Не, освен да умрат, пак няма кой да ги бутне.
Да, много трудно ще трябва да умрат и че имат на второ място да побъфне, брат.
Трудно. Много трудно ще. Аз съм от тях направо. Се облягам да си гледам телефона.
Тия аутисти пак са файтят. Няма такива момници между другото. Близко е Малибука, брат.
A little bit further away from Kanata and Agers, they wish to play this one out to give themselves the best opportunity possible to work their way up the leaderboard.
Да, Миро и Купър ще са
back, but for Pixie, cheating, trouble.
Особено ако умрат те печага, сега никакъв шанс някой да ги мине. Тя втор нас дид, брат.
They're off to a pretty rough start right now. This is going to set them back time, resources.
Само и те имат шанс да я преместят, брат. Ако умрат, е джи.
After you start losing these opening moments. But it does make you wonder, why couldn't Kanata and Agers just split racetrack before? Why couldn't they survive a little longer?
Той беше абсолютно само $150,000, ами те беше, бе, да. При само квалификация се даш $50,000. Нормално, преди много повече първи страна Fortnite. На мой заребят играч. А $50,000 за последно място е инсейн, бе, брат. В момента пак са добри парите, бе, брат. Там получаваш $4,000, докато са последно място, пак е добре, спрямо. Последно място, брат, да бъде пак е добре. И то $4,000, да много се бе, спрямо.
Has been the one to pay the price so far, but both times fully situated here to 2v1
Słucham, chyba.
dangers and cannot close the deal here. Thomas HD left to pick up the pieces.
Те пчаевач само се вземат фрики от тия момци са бят.
Off of Malabuka, but at the same time, 4 elimination points is 4 elimination points, and they'll be more than happy to try and take away.
Улезна форма с хода е коннат.
Kanada and Agers though.
Му много ясно, брат, те да не са момци. Аз мисля, че аз според мен мисля, че просто някой друг тим ще е тъй контест за трова. Което преди печели 1 милион. А пак целият турнир е 4 милиона долара. Обаче самата купа струва 2 милиона долара също стейч. Един печели 3 милиона. Те горе-долу правят Малибука и Томас. Меда.
And I got the update. It looks like that puts them at 13th place. Not bad for a team fully contested. Meanwhile, Badil, though, claps back onto Thoric. Nicely done for Mr. Savage and Badil.
If there's ever someone who loves a good box fight, you're definitely
Строки, това забрава, брат. Виж как искам и рада, брат.
They can win their own little mashups here. Deeps outside of Steamy Springs territory for Strokey, though. It's a massive pump shot. And just like that, gonna be forced to
Да, Меро и Купър са първо.
leading Kylie on the offensive, but
Да, да направиш снайп после. Добър снайп.
no chance that he's gonna be backing up stand anytime soon. He's got a high.
Да, не са по-добри от Юба, брат. В топ 10 има само един тим, буквално сигурно. Или един-два нещо такова. Его пак е бетър, просто от едни е Меруна от тука и другия пич. И Купър. Значи сега спечелена игра, взема 3 милиона така ли? Не бе, брат. Побита е от целият турнир взема 1 милион долара. На уин нищо не вземаш. Мале, къв снайп. Ей! Замнаха. О, тя се фрикилс.
And Paper is devastating with that sniper, but Breacher Shotgun's gonna let him open up any door he pleases. They find Giras, big tags there, not a finish, but he's hurt.
Absolute miracle that Giras did not go down in the process there though, but Muzz, Paper, they are relentless with this charge. Jerry doing everything he can to try and create some distance, but just look at how far apart the split is now. Giras left to fend for himself. Paper, Muzz, now have their choice of pickings. Seems as though they're going to divert their attention to Giras for the time being. Paper, though, recognizes the fact another interference play, this time coming out of Nutty, just outside of Shady Springs. And I can't believe this right now. Just the fact that Giras and Sherry nearly managed to escape.
This is Savage and Vidil close the deal. Close the books on Bolt's run here. Back to the tournament lobby he goes. That's going to be it for his grand finals run. And for every team that falls now, for every team that closes their chapter here at the Global Championships, you have to respect them for making it this far. Your 50 best duos across the entire world competing against one another here today, giving us the show, of course, here in person and online. What a celebratory moment here for this $4 million land.
То да си има 5, ти има 4, ти има другия, не знам. Те ли е, брат? Аз ще сме равни, брат. Да, аз сме равни, брат.
For the time being, but still Cooper definitely trying to just be as attentive as possible to see where he might be able to secure some good surge tank damage from, because you have to remember this team
от Ения Ист или от Ения Уест сме по-добре. Обаче като съберат двете Ения Ист сме равни според мен.
Not struggle all that much as far as their surge strategy is concerned, so they're definitely making up for the damage elsewhere. And we've seen multiple instances of them doing an excellent job while they're tarping, finding those eliminations in the process. You know, and Queasy though, here at Steamy Springs, they've got Pink and Nico smashed in between them. But Queasy and Eno, they want to take their time here. Don't want to panic by any means.
Not looking good right now for Pink though as he loses all his shield. Look how quickly Vino is coming in to
Let's get some more Cooper, I know.
No, he's going to back up. Respects the push, doesn't have Queasy here quite to back him up, so something comes out. Something must have been a little fishy in the air, so not worth it. The damage is welcomed here. Undoubtedly. The zone now continues to move on. Now we jump back to Pixie and Cheatin'. So they have survived. They have gotten back up.
Don't want to say against all odds necessarily. Think that that initial strat was because of the fact that Pixie might have been picked off in the air off the initial drop. But
guys, пръскайте лайк бутона всеки, който гледа стрим в метора. Лайкнете лайк бутона, да дадем 40 лайка. И се абонирайте за канала, за да може да дадем 14 000 абонати хората. Ще е insane. И очаквайте видео скоро. Днес ще го доправя, утре ще го доправя така. Също ме гледаш много видео, което се гледа.
Only getting that much further away because Cooper and Miro, they are not taking any risk that they don't need to.
As long as Cooper and Miro stand, the chances for others are not possible. So for now, they are truly the final boss here. Seti and Cammy, however, will still have a big mountain to climb. A lot of eliminations and a huge endgame run. At least somewhere inside the top 3 to snatch up 50 or more points.
And we can't forget about Bryce and Chubbs either. I mean, they've been slowly but surely sneaking their way up the leaderboard. Started off outside of the top 10, then all of a sudden they're top 5 now. In that top 3 threatening for top 2 position. You have to remember, it is tens of thousands of dollars differences that we are talking about here. So for so many of these players, just on the cusp inside of these top 5 ranges, Cammy, Seti, trying to ensure that Yumi and Source can't intervene with their plans here at the Frenzy Field, but Cammy gonna look to reorient on his positioning. Sees the snipe attempt coming out from Source, quick on the edits as well. Not gonna let himself fall victim to that one just yet.
Quick response there to the sniper glint. Here's Chubbs and Bryce. This is exactly what they've done all day long. Continue to find fights in the shady stilts, find fights north, and find success while doing it. This time to the
Само ние сме втора смяна по-скоро. Мега много хора са първа.
Snipers in hand. Bryce showing us what he's got. Doesn't quite land that, but the tags on the follow-up are very good. Meanwhile, Flixie finds a quick knock onto Kanata, so there's trouble in paradise all around us right now, unfolding here for the last game. For Pixie and Cheatin'.
Радо, аз те мисля. Нали по-добре да си първо втора смяна, после да си първа. Иначе първо си първа, после да си втора е много траш, според мен. Канада умря, бай да бе. Така да слушам я сената също. Кога не напишеш кога смяна с чата? Първа или втора? Всеки напише.
How efficiently some of these other teams can be as far as those 3-2-1 countdowns are concerned, and it doesn't matter.
Да умрат и веднъж пик ще ги бият. Да, брат, Миро и Трио пчая пчаят, Миро и Купа на 100% пчаят най-вероятно. Кой да спара съм тях? Първа, втора, първа. Май повече са първа, брат, аз съм надой който ще год.
Not making it easy by any means right there. Definitely going to cost them a fair amount. Bila and Peterbot still standing in the distance. Cold and Acorn up as well. Seti, Casey, Podesai, all in the conversation here. For Cold and Acorn right now, I like where they're at. Just in 7th place here. So we have a chance to jump up and earn hundreds of thousands of more. Any team inside the top 10 can take a win. You're getting paid, son.
Almost got a little scared for Acorn there on.
Ами аз искам такова да. Мага тия кампери, брат, тях са много кринж. Съм с най-кръв турнир или втори с най-кринжа. Ами аз искам да има принцип COVID, защото ще го да има такова. Ще го да има такова, какво се кажеш пак. Абе, COVID да има, нали COVID?
Every game we see them taking down different teams of varying degree and
Ще се двигат много глината и плеерите ще се дигне шигот. Ема турит старт от такова. Сега кой клас? Сега с 12 ли? От кой град си много загора? Точка колко точки ме побира 9. Обаче Айланда, което спомня тук ще дава 15 точки ако го вземеш. Миша е топ, чак май го взема топ път.
They're definitely attempting it, and so far, so good as far as this capture point is concerned, but you can definitely see a couple of neighbors starting to work their way into the Rift Island. Teeny and Misha, though, they're just looking to secure this capture point as quickly as possible. Again, 15 points that they could potentially acquire on top of all the goodies that come with the capture point.
They were in 35th place coming into this game. If they secure this, they jump up into 29th.
Ма тръщам по... Да, 12 аз. По английски и български. Найс. Добре, добре. Древно ще в Стара Загора. Пата месеца идвам поне. Беше писал някакъв пич, че бях гледал на стримър. Да, може да има някакви свързани неща, най-вероятно имаш така. Само 12. Мемото той не е год, брат. Математика, кафа да иска математика, брат. Си брам английски. Не съм умик. Помня си казвам, че имам 6, не съм надявам, бързо ще ще направя. Мисля, Кортейс хората готса. Бай, хора, искам да питам и такова, дали са заинтересовани от мой мърч да направя, нали, мой мърч, нали, бранд, нещо такова. Някакви активни хората, такива неща. Дали бих си купили? Миро жив ли? Да. Дето ги фета и гледа, че. Да, сега ще в топ 5 са живи, което е интересно. Търсен генш. Ако са яки. Аз направо не направих много high quality, некът хайпера, колко някакви такива, обаче ще направя нареди малко бройки в началото, да видя колко хора ще се интересуват да ги купят такива неща и ако много се скефи, ще пускам нареди по-често и такива неща. Ще има кефи мърч, нямам, нареди мърч много яко, нямам. А може би на 20 000 абоната ще го пусна. 20 000, 30 000 абоната, нещо такова. Да имам повече хора. Да ви се отзема, да.
Remaining back in it, so Thomas actually managed to save Malabuka, get the reboot card, bring him back. And they could be
the players that
topple the Giants up top, but
Додка беше по-интересно, да. Побърза 6, още не е роста. Со, после това е писаната една. О, Малибука. Не, писат на живи тя.
They're still gonna look to try and pounce back at least a few positions on that leaderboard. And they could definitely put a devastating stop to Miro and Cooper's run if Miro and Cooper are not careful on their rotation out. But it does seem as though for the time being, Miro Cooper, they're going to take a moment here just to collect their thoughts, fully ensure that they've got the proper position. Thomas, though, he's tired of
към топ 25, нещо такова.
with that rocket ram. Good shot though.
Камарах такъв най-много. Минайк и Александър Спейд. Александър Спейд може да кеф най-много.
Seems as though other teams possibly having caught wind of some of the action taking place here.
Стая соба едно в едно.
Miro Cooper, they know they've got to keep moving. They can't afford.
Ще графи с така. Защото е утре плеймоут. И ти са ги поставя на максимални графики да изглежда яко за лаптопата. И за лаптопата е по-скоро за да знам, брат. За casual players. Маля, аз заспах страна в фулстрим, брат, и аз ще заспам, аз специално ще заспивам, брат. Много ми се успа, брат, наистина. Така стане бърсовка. Първо печелят. Трябва да справи печелят. Момчета, пръскайте лайк бутона, ударим 400 лайка. И съвъче ударим 14 000 сила.
Could potentially give them the ultimate dead side rotation if you think about it, because nobody else is going to be trying to stick around like these two have been.
Бога се сложи, не са този път много сложи. Момчета справя с кое печелям, пече, че кое печели справя с. Аз мога да високите графики, буквално хората се крият в някакви синкци. Да, и аз ги мърза тия високите графики, обаче те играят на нормални. Са много графики, просто не го виждам те. Коя играе тази последната? Меро 0, аз не мисля. Меро Купър. Въпреки че някой ил да уйне, обаче няма как, смисъл. Нали, теглем невъзможно бъдат. Поне някакви те не е шум на справяне. Меро и... Меро и... Купър са някакви справяне. Тя пак имат два уйна, брат, пак не са на първо кастане.
Don't go for the peak, but instead play defensively now. It's Gab Zero in the box next door. Another team lands on him. Who is this? It's Yuma.
Yumi and Soares could pose a huge threat right now for Cheatin and Pixie. Cheatin
някакъв шанс.
to work with right now is going to be super dependent on his
Вено е топ 20 някъде.
to connect. Pixie as well.
15-то място, не знам ако беше 21. Ма да бука, той е някъде там, топ 30.
Trying to see if he can buy his duo a little bit of time here, but they're just caught in between this entire mess.
Ама ще към топ 5 живо, което е интересно. Не са направи някакви точки, нали? Бога е топ 19. Пак по-добре. Да, абсолютно на стейдж. Да, като забуга е добре, обаче пак окей.
This could be one of the most expensive lessons they learn. I hope they fight back here.
It is just crazy right now how hesitant Pixie and Cheatin are.
Не бързо, окей, аз само чекам, че много шум някой от тях. Според мен Меро и Купър си бед, брат, без проблеми. То вижте, че има втори място колко стръгала.
But he realizes now he's gonna have to forfeit it. Tries to wrap around now. The UB and Soares won't be able to find the breacher shot that he needs though. Down to his last 17 shotgun shells here inside of this breacher. Twin Mag's not gonna do him much good in such close combat. And Pixie now looking for the full retreat, throwing out middle builds in the process, trying to see if he can get down to the low ground. See if he can hide for a moment in the water here around Eclipse Estate.
Той продължава още 10.
In a moment of desperation, continues trying to build for his life high from this rock, hoping that the chest can give him something, anything to work with.
He needs builds from that. That's all he's trying to get at this point. No rocket ram or anything in sight. He's just got to keep going. Vino shuts him down, and down goes Pixie and Cheatin before they can earn any points. And just like that, their tournament run is over.
How high can they hold here?
As now, Cooper and Miro have the dream run of their lives unfolding before them.
But you can see their composure. There's no celebratory factors coming out just yet. They know Bryce, Chubbs, Cammy, Seti. These are teams that could definitely make a resurgence if they're not careful. They want every point possible in this moment. And they might just find it. They've got an excellent spot.
Бърса с 110 точки. 100 нещо точки са повече от тия на трето място, брат. И 116 повече тия на четвърто. Никакъв шанс на лимонате. Не, Миро и Купър са имели някакви тинейджери, брат. 16-17. На 17 кои ще минат, 17 точно. Сигурно съм на 18 обаче, нещо такова, 18-19. Ама мят на 17 кои ще. Вече ми се спомняш към края, мен ми се спи много. Ама искам на кой ще ли, брат, вече накрая, някак. Аз това райв ще го оставя, те че после да се огледаш пак.
Keep in mind though, Miro and Cooper, they might just run into Muzz, and Muzz, he lost Paper earlier on. Don't believe he's had an opportunity to look for the reboot either, based on when Paper was picked off. So now Miro In the backside, Merstash in Tayson's box. He could go massive here. He wants to find the shot to connect. Both teams gonna get dropped another layer here. Inside the box though, it's gonna be Tayson first to fall. Cooper and Miro.
Даже са пресмоля Moneymaker, не знам. Insane. Бе Тейсън. Умря Купър. Не направи кил обаче. Малко ще глеса. Кеп. Каза финалните работи. Ей, умря от това строки. Добре, Ками и Сети могат да направят клъч между другото. Брикс и Ками и Сети могат да направят клъч за уина. Те не върмайстват, остава само Ками и Сети. Могат да направят клъч. Или трябва да правят уин скилове или печат Миро. Да, печели FNCS свирката, но тук е FNCS. Миро е по-добър според мен. Сети Ками трудно ще му надбрат, трудно ще направят нещо на цяло. Ама възможно. Просто хайрон ти ме е финал добре.
Here we go, Cammy on the run right now, trying to find some eliminations. Moneymaker might just be the next one, but another team's next door. Cammy has a decision to make, misses out on the opportunity to find elimination. Seti here. Still 22 players in this lobby, anything can happen right now. Should they just go on a run? Should they go on a streak? Acorn still up, off to the side. Has a solo right now. No builds for Acorn either. It's looking a little dicey here.
But Acorn doing everything he can still just to try and see if he can buy himself in cold. Another couple of points. Everything matters as far as placements are concerned for some of these other teams. Sure, it might not be
Insane game, by the way. 10-та зона остава 19 човека с хора. Съвсем скоро ще разберем кой ще е FNCS чемпиона. FNCS Global чемпиона. Как се паса какво страна, не знам. Спре не е служал около. Ще не е успял. Траем суруп. Има много малко материал. Мая угра да поставя. И сурупа е пич. Окей, малко мац. О, мац. Не взеха някакъв материал. Един батл рам. Давай за ю! Дайте без си кам бе. Нека спеши ю. Много силни хора са живи между другото, много силни тимове. Не! Найс! Аре бе! Уинът тя му ще дадете. Ако уинът може да спечелим, трябва. Даден гейм. Само ю хора страха май. А не, почти. Майко! Найс! Дайте бе, дайте! Едно в две. Дай каме. Дай! Лека! Добре, трябва... Добре, суна на уей. Миро и Купър умнаха. Брат, беше много клос между другото акшера май. Искаме колко с точките, брат. Той още не знае, че е уинал даже, брат, така да стане. GG, nice. FNCS Global Champions. Миро и Купър, момчета. GG. Джушата момчета. Insane. Fucking insane. Готен гейм, момчета. Каме втори, да. Пак много добре. GG. Insane player. Аз нямам думи, брат. Те лошо ще направя един лош ендгейм, буквално. Най-много кил и най-добри плейсмент е ела. Най-добри свестна. Ела. Давай вторият вземат $60,000. Insane. GG. Най-добрият плейсмент беше иначе на Марвел къпа. Не, по-скоро на Soul Cash Cup. Там бях топ 100 нещо. Ама от Marvel къпа бях взел $30 тече.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish to the day for them. They were almost faultless throughout the entire day. I'm trying to look for things that could have been better. Maybe they could have done that differently. They just popped off.
Every single step of the competition, from the early to mid to late game,
всяка игра.
when it came to engagements, when it came to rotating, they did everything.
What if Kami killed him, брат? Ако Ками беше го убил, май Ками ще да уйне.
Do what they do best, and that is consistency.
What a great storyline for this duo as well. You have the experience of someone like Miro, who I was going to say 5, let's make 6 FNCS titles to his name. Of course, picking up Cooper, an underrated, less experienced IGL who has taken the reins and led them to a huge victory.
Колко взимат $1 милион и Купа, която струва $2 милиона. И FNCS кръгта, брат. И аз искам им точките. Който ще речат, ето Купър и Миро.
From Invitational going to EU, the global champions will come home to NA. Let's take a look.
Да, искам видим точките. Турбекс на трето, Ками на второ. Много силни имена. Вико, Рид, Ейкорд, Колд. FNCS е, брат. Пункта са EU, пункта са NA.
So many people have said about Kami and Seti that they need, they're a 12-game team, right? We usually have 12 games over grand finals. This was 6 games. A lot of people would have said, okay, they're not necessarily going to do as good because they're not big game players like we've seen.
Нямаше да стигнем победата на Ками за първо деля. Искам да видя колко точно са направили, брат.
They were consistent throughout the whole day, which is exactly what we expect from them. Even when zones were just not in their favor today, they still did very well.
Брат, смятай колко много точно са имали тогава. Миро и Купър.
Grab that tower every single time so that they were able to be aware and rotate early. And even though it seemed like they had some issues with Storm Surge, they did not let that bring them down. And they were
able много се миналия път. Сети и Ками бяха на първо място. Сега са на второ, брат. Това е много консистент, наистина. Те ще пак много добре.
I wanted to highlight one other duo on that list. In your 5th place, the Asia region represent MK Papa and Shalom.
Топ 5 имаме от Азия. Insane. Много добре.
Massive congratulations as we continue to go
down
the list here. Pixie and Cheatin started off in such a strong position and they end in 4th place. 300.
Да, уния пичови имат 3 уина и са на четвърти. Имат 2 уина и са на 4-то място, брат. Така стане, брат.
Underrated players. I think they're a lot more rated now after that.
Oh, yeah.
Coming 4th place in the EU region. I mean, what a fantastic performance those guys. Just let it fall off there just at the end. Maybe nerves got a little bit to them, but 4th place.
Well, we saw how many Western zones they were in, coming all the way from Brutal Bash and having the likes of Booga and Threats constantly block their way into zone. The fact that they were able to get back-to-back victory royales and still have these rough last 2 games and still do as well as they did speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I want to relive that final game for Cooper and Miro. We've got a listen in standing by, so let's hear it.
You're good, bro. Don't even listen. Like I said, I'm smiling. I'm dead.
I'm smiling.
We're the best players. I got Canada. We're the best players in this lobby. On my life, we are. Pixie died. Oh, I got Pixie. I'm sweating, bro. You're good. Loosen up, bro. Drink some like nervous. Oh, I'm just sweating. Chill, bro. Top 25 comes so soon. I'm just gonna literally play my life. Challenge. Top 26. See one more team to die. No noise challenge, bro. Okay. No noise challenge, yeah? Oh my god, Pixie spectated me. No noise challenge.
Може да се говорят по консервата.
Can you come? Yeah, no, we can. We can chase another kid. No, it's a solo. It's a
59.аз така стане.
IGL, go. Yeah, we like green. I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, same. I got dropped down. I got dropped solo. Wait, I'm in a box. Jordan. Get body. Chill. Got finished.
Yes, nice.
I got mass. I'm playing my life.
Man, you could just you hear that moment. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? He already knew, right? You heard it from Cooper's watch. Dude, I got a big smile on my face. They knew going into that last game. It was just a victory lap. They had it all locked up.
Yeah, they did. And I was saying to you, imagine going into a final game of a tournament like this when you pretty much have it all wrapped up. What is the feeling like to do that? It must be absolutely incredible. And of course, they didn't just back down. They didn't just try and double key and make a mess of it. They wanted to close out strong. And even in that end game, they played very, very well. And I mean, you can forgive them for being a little bit nervous in those moments, I think.
Oh, it is definitely deserving.
29.
At how far ahead they are from
59 точки разлика.
60 points ahead of the
нормално.
of Cammy and Seti is just
Бах,
another accolade to add to their belt.
Вижте дори, че колко са клоус. Буквално от топ 2 от топ 10 са много клоус. И изведнъж, брат, тя са с 60 точки отгоре на първо място. Как стане? А, ето ги е.
Global champions right here on the stage. Royal Arena. Make some noise for your global champions, Miro and Cooper!
Insane.
Guys, first off, let's go, guys! Let's go! You did this!
Да, аз ще той рад.
So hard. Let's first
show
the coin toss. Talk to me about this coin toss. How did this all go?
Monster.
Is this made up?
I didn't really want to play the game too much no more. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing nothing better. I'm getting a teammate, and I'm coming back. I don't care.
А Миро беше кутнал играта, by the way.
По едно време. I was like, alright, we'll find on Cooper.
I mean, did you think back then a coin flip would lead to $1 million FNCS Global Championship title?
I mean, not at all. I mean, back then I only had 5K earned when we started playing.
Oh my god.
Gotta up that number now.
Oh yeah.
Не нормално.
It's the best ever.
Можеш $5000.
Hey man, live in the moment. You live in the moment.
I mean, Cooper, you just mentioned it right there. You were a very underrated player, 5K earned when you started playing with Miro. Tell me what it's like to play with someone like him. What's he taught you about the game to get to this stage?
Miro's taught me so much. I mean, whenever we first started playing, it was my first time ever IGLing. But being with the best fragger to ever touch the game kind of comes easy, you know? It was great, man. I've learned so much.
I mean, Miro, landing Rumble Ruins unconned, it definitely seemed to give you guys such a big advantage. How did you guys use that for your success in all 6 games?
I mean, I wouldn't really say our drop shot was an advantage. Some games we were leaving with like no mats and everything. I say just being confident, honestly. Like I know I'm the best in this lobby, 100%. I came into here, I was thinking like after last Invitational I did bad, I was down. Like I felt so down, but then I realized I'm like,
I got not 1, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5 FNCS wins, make it 6 now. I just need to be confident. I played confident. I was just running around killing people, eliminating people, sorry. We did what we had to do, honestly. Like, that's all I can say.
How did you guys bounce back, right? So you guys got knocked into the lower bracket. For some people, they're maybe looking at anyone in that situation thinking the mentals must be rocky. You guys came in today, I just thought, man, y'all came up from the upper bracket, right? Nothing changed.
Oh,
yes, sir.
I think through the first bracket, I came here very nervous. I mean, this being my first major LAN, I mean, this is my 3rd grand finals in general.
Wow.
I came in super shook. I feel like I was really unconfident. So going into Heat 2, I kind of just played my own game. Mero helped a lot with that the day before. He just got me locked in, got me in my game. And then finals, I just never played better in my life. It was amazing.
Miro и Cooper, брат.
That's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, obviously, Miro, you're so decorated. And there's so many times where I feel like we kind of almost not discredit Cooper, but it's like we talk so much about you, and then on this stage, Cooper, dude, what in the world? There was just moments where it's just you. And you were just in your flow state, and it didn't matter, man. You were gonna go the distance, find those eliminations, the placement. Where did that come from, dog?
I don't know. I'm just great.
Guys, thank you so much. Can you just, final question, try and dig down, focus.
Yep.
How does it feel? How's it feel?
I mean, honestly, this feels so insane that I hope everybody in the world gets to experience something like this. This is insane. Like, I've never thought from playing video games when I was like a little kid to just sitting on stage in front of this many people is insane. Like, I can't even imagine how many people are watching me right now. This is insane. My mom's watching back home. I love you, Mom. Love my whole family. This is insane.
Cooper?
Absolutely insane.
Feels great.
It feels great. For the fans out there, what will you tell them? Let them know.
Keep moving, man. Life's gonna knock you guys down so many times, even outside of playing video games, and it's just about getting back up. If you stay down, you're gonna stay down. Like, that's how it works. You guys gotta get up and keep moving. That's my best advice.
Cooper, you want to say anything, man? FNCS Global Champion?
I mean, coming from me especially, just chase your dreams, man. I played this game for 3 years, having little to no earnings, and I'm on the main stage now, being great. Feels good.
Let's go. Royal Arena, make some noise. Look at these teams. The fans behind you.
Insane.
Let them know. Before we get ready to say goodbye, let's toss it up to the casters to get their closing thoughts on the competition.
Miro's come such a long way, so has Cooper. And yeah, man, it's such a heartwarming, you know, conversation to unfold there, especially with the way Cooper says, hey, put in the practice.
Аз видях малко безстъчен служат.
Because once that was Miro too, and now look at how far he's come.
$4 милиона долара, битърич. Пак иначе серият турнир е $4 милиона долара.
Another FNCS champion accolade to his count. 6 is insane. The fact that you have made that far is ridiculous. And Cooper, really looking forward to seeing just how many more you might be able to add on to that, because at this rate, it seems as though the sky's a ceiling for you, man.
Yeah, definitely. For the millions at home to follow our champions online, we definitely see the stocks going up, so you guys deserve all of your support and everything that you've earned so far. But from us here at the desk, myself, Monster D-Face, the best taco, Jacob PR, who of course had the opportunity to cast all these games, we thank you guys from us up here. We're going to send it on down to Zeke to close this out.
Man, emotions are running high. It's hard not to get emotional. I want to get you guys closing thoughts.
I mean, the day as a whole was crazy. The weekend as a whole was incredible. And I mean, we got here, right? We got here from a whole year worth of Fortnite competitive action. I want to say a big thank you to the players, of course, that have put on such an incredible show throughout the entire weekend. The fans that have turned up here, not just today, from yesterday, the day before as well, from all of the times that we got to meet everyone, and everyone's been so lovely. Honestly, every single person I've got to speak to has been absolutely incredible. And to all the people watching at home as well, this is what Fortnite is about. These are the stories that this game can create. It is magical, and I wouldn't change anything for the world.
It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of the talent that we've had here, and you guys especially as well. I've been loving being on the desk with you all, and like you just reiterate, all of the fans, all of the players to showcase what Fortnite has to offer. Our amazing production team as well. This has been such an experience and one that I will never forget. And Zeke, I thank you for, you know, being the captain of the ship.
Being goofball supreme. That is what my job is. to everyone, thank you guys so much. From the talent crew, from Vivid, from Levin 2K, from Frankie Ward, from these two year casters, the production crew, from Epic to the fans, to the players. This is all possible because of you guys, your passion, your love for the game. It's hard not to get emotional, but man, as Minnie said, this is what this is all about. So we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for your love of Fortnite. We cannot wait to see you all for 2024. So until then, as always, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Okay. Добре, insane, guys. Това беше всичко от Fortnite FNCS Global Championship. Хора, надявам се, скифа ми, много ме скифа да го гледам и доста ме скифа да го гледам с вас. Хора, имаш доста и коменти, доста вилъри с тем. Бяхме 230 вилъра по едно време. Благодаря супер много хора, че гледахте, че лайквахте, че сабскрайбвахте. За донейшн всичко благодаря хора. Имам нови чемпиони, Insane, Mero и Cooper. Те си го защитават според мен, гайс. И отново благодаря ви супер много. И така, гайс. В момента учевам да правя следващото видео, хора, и мога очаквате, не знам, до някой ден на ново видео, до 2 дена. И така, гайс. Чуваме се. Мерси много, че гледахте пак стрима.